Technically, I'm a polyglot by educational standards. In practice, I have no idea how to speak any other language but English. Glad I went to school though. Super helpful. We are going to play a little Warframe and also hopefully get to discuss with some people what their thoughts are on the government declaring that UFOs are in fact extraterrestrial vehicles from another universe. Steve Evans, how you doing, my buddy? Thanks for stopping by again, dude. I'm just farting around. Man, I might buy that. I always fall for this crap. I fall for lots of crap. Uh, I'm a I'm a easy target. I'm a softie. Check my bank real quick. Acid throwers? No way. That just sounds dangerous for the people using them. I mean, like flamethrowers and napalm are dangerous enough, but you're gonna like how you got to make sure there's no leaks on that tank. Acid is gonna mess your whole life up. See, they got leaks. Clearly, they're talking about them. Leaks are a problem. If you can't make good enough plumbing to hold the acid or the gas, you probably shouldn't be doing that. Just a bad plan all around. This is why we need the alien overlords to come. How's everyone doing? How you doing, Elijah? How do you feel about our alien overlords? Do you welcome their new regime, or are you taking up arms? What's your plan? Red Dawn style. I think the remake was about aliens. Yeah, I'm hoping there's a way, man. I don't know how to like. I saw a video where this dude was super religious and he like said he could summon aliens and he like did it on camera. Seemed like some BS, but like I don't know. Pentagon saying, I mean, how do you connect? You know, they obviously talked to him or something. They said they recovered spacecraft and they've been reverse engineering their spacecraft and they're not from this Earth. So that's kind of wild, man. What's even more wild is how many people don't know they just announced this. Like they're like, oh, we can't tell people the truth because they're going to get all scared. And reality is like people are more concerned with COVID and stuff. I mean, almost nobody even knew. It does like ridiculous traffic on my social media and stuff too. People just didn't know. Just wondering how people feel about it on the whole. Try to grab whatever I have here. That's it. We'll get into farming. Curious though how people feel about it. Most people think of it like a sci-fi thing where Elijah, thanks for the like. Really appreciate it. Um, I don't know how it's gonna be, man. I don't think it's gonna. They're gonna be probing us though. You know, like if you can travel through outer space, like from, because they're probably not from like our solar system. You know, like or the maybe the Milky Way galaxy. You know, but the chances that they're from here probably pretty slim. But you know, they also said they didn't exist until today, so that's kind of where we're at. But it'll be really cool to see what kind of documents are released in terms of the back engineering programs that they have. The biggest concern, though, is if a country like the United States or even Russia or some other superpower got a hold of this technology, is we become a one world government after that because the technology would have to be so advanced that it would, I mean, whoever had it, you could say, you know, if it's China, Russia, the United States, if you had the ability to like either they're traveling at like 99 or 100% the speed of light, I mean, which is impossible, but 99% the speed of light, um, or they have to fold space time to arrive in this galaxy, or they're like us who like have done like stasis sleep for millions of years, and somehow they became spacefaring and left their planet and they just got here like Pandorum. I don't know if you've seen that movie. So it's possible that's the case. Stop, Bobo, stop. But not likely. Um, but possible. I don't know. That would be kind of crazy if if they're just kind of like bipedal humanoids that maybe look a little different but develop kind of the same via the same methods of evolution. I mean, I guess we get in. I don't want to get into like religious evolution discussion, but I mean, if we're just assuming that there's another humanoid space race, I mean, what does that say about the implications of institutionalized religious beliefs? So that's another thing, which I don't think it should be challenging them. There's got to be a way to coexist because clearly you can. I think you should be able to have. I don't know. Should be able to have faith and exist in a scientific realm, provided you're open-minded enough. I've heard of religious arguments that support extraterrestrial life that also could support the life of Jesus Christ. But I mean, again, if you know the backstory in Sumerian culture at all, then you kind of know where that came from. Let's do some capture missions. So we got TennoCon coming up, and I wanted to make sure that I got a little farming in. I haven't played this game as much because I'm trying to appease the masses. But today, I'm probably gonna go for 4 or 5 hours. So I want to make sure that I'm gonna do this for probably 2 hours, and then I'll hop over to Call of Duty or Fortnite. Can you stop, buddy? You're so needy. Um, but yeah, I was wondering how you guys feel. I don't know, man. Something else needs to happen. You can't just say that aliens exist and all that. We need more info, guys. Gonna need a little more info. Let's see if there's any captures out here. Here we go. Boom, boom. I'll just pop one of these. Playing a space game. Didn't realize that. You got to think too if you're able to travel from star system to star system, assuming they're outside of our Milky Way galaxy, like how petty would we as humans look to aliens? We put off these radio signals and radio waves. Like, what would they think of like the Chappelle Show or something? Just think about stuff like that. Or like the fact that we kill people over artificial lines that denote acceptance within that culture. It's so weird. Like, don't cross this line or we'll shoot you. No questions asked. It's an act of war. Because, I mean, I've read, I forget the word, when you're able to harness the energy of, there's 3 stages to it. So it has to do with cultural advancement. So the stage 1 would be the ability to harness all of your Earth's own resources. The second stage is the ability to harness the energy of your star system, so our sun. So that would be. Give me 1 second. Sorry, there we go. But the second phase, yeah, is the ability to harness the energy of your sun. I think it's like effectively harness the energy of your sun, and then oh, it's type civilization type. I think type 1, type 2, and type 3. And then type 3 is the ability to harness your universe's energy. I'm behind because I had to take a dang phone call. Damn it, they're supposed to slide like a cool guy. Like that, yeah. Still think I need Oberon Prime, so that's cool. But yeah, Type 3 civilization is, and so none of you can achieve a Type. I mean, theoretically, scientifically speaking, and it makes sense. You can't achieve a Type 1 civilization while we're still divided as a by countries. Forgot the word for it, but as long as we're still divided by country lines, that the chances of us becoming a Type 1 civilization are extremely dwindled because we can't agree how to use the resources of the earth in the most profitable way or the most like useful way that would denote the prosperation of the species. Like we need to work together as a species. Shut up! Be quiet. Um, we have to learn to work together as a species before we're ever going to be able to leave the planet, like effectively in terms of like living on another planet like Mars or something. The chances of colonizing Mars without becoming a, I mean, the speeds we travel at right now too are not realistic to live on Mars. The rates and the communication rate we have too. Radio communication is like one of the most ineffective forms of communication. It takes like I feel like I heard 36 minutes to get a message, a radio wave from Mars to Earth. So that's why there was some movie where they kept radioing back to Earth, and they were I think there might have been oh it was Life, the movie Life, and they kept radioing back to Earth even though they're like out past the moon, and they were getting immediate communication, and like they're asking Houston Command like what they should be doing to respond to this life form, and in the time that it would take them to receive the message, the guy the Calvin or whatever its name is would have killed everyone already. So like we would have to figure out how to communicate, and then not only that, like get food and resources that far. It traveling with ejective mass propulsion is like the most inefficient way of traveling through space, but that's all we have at the moment. So that's why it's so interesting to know how they got here. Um, knowing that I mean, it's like they could be from another planet, but still grew and evolved in the same way we did. Like they're bipedal humanoids with, hair and skin and stuff too. Like that's like the most curious part, how that's going to work out, because that's going to say a lot more about a lot. I mean, the implications of physics and everything like that once we figure out what kind of propulsion they use, which they're probably not using propulsion, they're using time-space distortion, I'm sure. But I don't know shit. I'm not trying. I mean, I just read things. But you almost have to create a time-space distortion to travel the distances that they're trying to travel. I need to pick a faster frame. I'm getting distracted by talking to myself. People keep popping in and out. Still wondering how you guys feel about it. If there's anybody feels like having a chat. Oh, there's only 2 people here. Hmm. Got a couple people. Some people say they don't care, which is kind of funny. Because matters a little bit. Wondering if there's a way I can go in the stream and switch the game affiliated with it without stopping the stream. Switch so I'm quicker. I love Titania Prime. She's like stupid fast. Like almost fast to the point where it's inconvenient. Where we at? Hey, dude, you can go to your room. Do it again. You can go to your room. Try me. Why are you looking at me? I told you what the consequences are. Keep staring. I'll stare at you. It comes over to me. No. No. He's like super committed to being I'm good, man. Just trying to figure out this alien stuff. I don't know why. I feel like you made that comment a while ago. Yeah? I might have to fiddle with my comment settings cuz I should have gotten that before. You dropped in the chat a while ago. And maybe you just now said something, but I want to make sure my comments are streaming right, so I'll have to wait till this. Oh, what am I doing? I can fly around like I'm a fairy. I think that's what it is. A pixie? I think that's what it's called. Pixie. It's weird there's nobody doing these either. Like neither of the last 3 games haven't been full. No, only about 10 seconds. Oh, weird. It showed you as streaming. That's really weird. You just jumped in. Weird. Yeah, earlier it showed you as streaming. I said hi and everything. I don't know what happened. But hi now. What's up, boss? Most people don't like watching this game. I mean, I kind of get it. It's like one of those long-term games like Warcraft, you know? Like try watching somebody play World of Warcraft, you know? But I put in time and I put in money and damn it, I'm going to play it 2 hours a week if I want to. I'm a big boy. I make my own decisions. What are you up to today? And how you feeling about the alien overlords? You in the resistance or the acceptance crew? I welcome though. I mean, they gotta have technology that's like just on another level. They just have to. So I'm with it. I'm cool with aliens. And I figure, yeah, you can't become a Type 3 civilization where you're like. And I Fortnite, I watched my little brother play. It's never been, and I've never seen the game. Really? I've only put in a handful of hours. I think it set up my playtime was set 11 hours for Fortnite, and that's a game you got to put in a really long time for. So I just learned about it too. Really, battle royales in general, I just learned about, but um, I played professional, well, not professional, but like MLG, which is basically professional um, Halo and Call of Duty back in like 2007 or something. But for like 4 years, I was a really good ranked player. But so I kind of understand shooters, but the battle royale system for me is so much different because those older games have a very 1 + 1 = 2 type setup. You know how many bullets in a clip it takes to shoot somebody in the head. You know, Fortnite. I find myself like I don't even when somebody shoots me, I'm like it doesn't even occur to me to build a wall. Like it doesn't even it's not even the fourth thing I think of. I think, oh shit, I'm getting shot. Okay, hide, duck, crouch, hide, run, jump. You know, create a distraction, and then I'm like, oh wait, I can make a wall. But you know, by that point, it's wait, this is what I'm doing. I'm distracted. It's just tough. Have you gotten to play at all, or you say you're gonna try it today? Is that what you're saying? Mobile defense. That's the next one we gotta do. What do we got? Mobile defense. Nope. Do we have another one we can do then? Halls of Ascension. Oh, invasion. We can do an invasion, I think. I'd be interested. I'll play some Fortnite with you if you want. I haven't decided yesterday or yet today if I'm gonna. I haven't decided yesterday. I haven't decided yet today what shooter I'm gonna play here in a little bit. Yeah, yeah, my son's that way too. He's like, I'm trying to show you. He'll be like, can I sit in and teach you? And I just can't do the backseat player thing. Like I love him and he's awesome, but I'm too focused in a shooter, like trying to get other people and learning. Like Fortnite, the shooting is miserable. Like it is really bad, and it makes me really frustrated. The gunplay is just miserable as far as like actual shooters go. I'm gonna switch out to another one this time so it's kind of cool. These frames do something different. I bought a couple of these because I had some extra platinum. So I don't really know what these are. Project fierce shadow clones of ash upon groups of distant enemies. Okay, interesting. That sounds fun. Whoa, Scott Flued, what's up, my brother? Oh yeah, you're still here. Sorry, that was weird, because then I just did it again. So I got another like from. Thank you again, appreciate it. I can show you on my list here. It says you did it 20 minutes ago and a few seconds ago. Thank you though, much appreciated. What were we doing? We're on Lua. Which one were we going here? Alien Overlords, guys. We got viewers. How do you feel? I want your opinions. I need your opinions. Are we making a resistance? Or are we welcoming them with open arms? Can you imagine being the dude that has to like talk to the aliens? Like, and it's gonna be a politician. Like, fuck me, that's gonna be terrible. Like, I'm not red or blue, man. I think all politicians are equally fucking useless, and I find that is like one of the craziest like notions ever. Is that the first people that are gonna talk to this alien species is a fucking government official? Yeah. I'd welcome them too, man. They gotta have all sorts of tech like that would. I mean, could you imagine what alien video games would be like from a space? I mean, we might even be playing their alien video games right now. Playing an alien video game, playing a human video game. Could you imagine that? What kind of video games these aliens got, man? They probably got crazy space drugs too. All sorts of crazy stuff. Man, space drugs. Mushrooms and LSD are already pretty damn trippy, man. I don't know if I could handle space drugs. I mean, I was a kid, you know. I just mean like previous experiences. But I mean, could you imagine? Or like space surgery, space medicine? Like, they could probably cure COVID in like no time. What was the Lua one? Halls of Ascension. Alright, let's do that. Lua. How do you do Halls of Ascension? Where are we at? This is definitely Lua. This is Plato. Can't imagine them playing Fortnite like an ultimate squad team. Yeah, they're like just they're fourth or fifth dimension Fortnite players. They know where all locations at all times. How is it says that this is supposed to be halls of whatever? None of those say halls of whatever my mission was. It's kind of dumb because I want to do that. Kuva Fortress. That's not it. It's supposed to be on Lua. Maybe I'll just like do some of these and hope it's one of them. Halls of Ascension. Is that what? Halls of something? I don't see halls anything. Do some of these? This one looks like a hall. Could be a hall. That one looks like a hall. Okay, so like half of them look like halls. Shit. They play like 1 million FPS. I was wondering, you guys are not keen on swearing. Yeah, I need to work on it. I grew up in foster care, basically like an orphan. So like I just swore my whole life since I was like 8 years old. So I do a little better, you know, because as a teenager I had to like put on this for my friends' parents when I'd go see them because I didn't never have my own. But I would find myself they would all love me. My friends' parents would love me, so I could stop if I apply myself. I can't find this friggin' mission. I don't know, man. Maybe I just gotta do the invasion one. But I need like all these points basically. Nightmare missions, halls of ascension. Like where is that? Mobile defense. Let's just do that. Yeah, man. The alien. I want to know more. I need to know more about what's going on with the alien overlords because this is an invasion one level 49. Can't do that one. We need invasion, interception, spy, capture, rescue, mobile defense. Hey, that we need one of those. We need 3 of those actually. Dude, if you want to swear in your stream, do it. You have not stated it's a family-friendly stream. Yeah, well, I should try to be, you know? Like that's the goal is to be, but I got some work to do. I acknowledge that. I realize too that when I go back, if I'm ever gonna get to that point, I'm gonna have to go back and edit some beeps. But it's just a habit. I don't know what my intention is, man. I just want to make a platform of people that are happy and play together. That's the goal. Excited for TennoCon to come up. Moving a little slow. I'm pretty sure that with time I'll become pretty good at Call of Duty. I'm pretty sure I can oops. I'm pretty sure I can hang with like a 3 or 4.0 kill death ratio eventually. I just started and I'm just under 1. I'm like 0.78, but I've had quite a few. Where am I going, man? I'm lost. Below me? Shit. Terrible skills. I got no parkour skills, man. Oh wait, I don't need them. You do anything fun today? Happy Friday, by the way, everybody. Happy Alien Day. Wonder what happens now. Like, were the aliens just like keeping it cool because like they didn't want to scare the humans? But now, oh no, oh no, oh no. What is going on here? What is going on? That was wild. Wanted to run on the wall, not fall behind it. You gotta hit the slide before you hit the ground so you can look like a superhero lander. Oops. There we go. Alright. I remember when I played GTA and at one point. Oh Jesus, 42 and 4 kill death is pretty good. That's like 10.3. I was looking at the leaderboard. Oh, you died? How do you die here? Like I'm like level 4. I shouldn't go back and res this dude. He should just revive, but I'm a team player. You're welcome. Yeah, that's pretty crazy, man. I was always terrible at GTA 5 online. Like, same with Red Dead Online. I would just get shot in the head every time I try to do something. It was not very fun. You get on a chariot trying to drive it somewhere, and you just get sniped by a bunch of 12-year-olds sitting right outside the town waiting for you to leave, and then they take your chariot and call you a bunch of names and teabag you. Not a very fun experience. And on Fortnite, dude, it is. Like, I was playing the other day, man, and I don't know if it was like mic. Some reason I was hearing other people's mics, like when I'd kill them or when we were close. And it's just, and I love kids, man, but like, it's weird that parents let their kids just play games online without any sort of like I can hear my kid when he's playing. Like I'm not letting him act like that, you know? Like it's weird that kids are parents are cool with their kids like being like that. It's really weird. Yeah, toxic child community is very rampant these days. I've ran into on stream though. I've had pretty good luck, man. When I'm playing with kids, like when I get partnered in duos or something with another kid, I've had some pretty cool kids. In fact, a couple of them have been girls, and the girls are way cooler than the boys, the little boys. Like they're way nicer, on the 100% on the whole. Like I haven't met one little demon little girl, you know, that's like trying to degrade you and just talk crap. Never met one of them, but and I played with like three girls that we got matched up in randoms on stream, and they're always super nice and considerate and helpful. Like even though I don't know any, the boys are like, "What you noob? Shut up! 1v1 me, dummy!" Calling me, you know, like all sorts of the F word, every version of it. It's just like, man, that escalated way too quickly. I'm not built for this. I currently have everything on that game, like own everything. So I got bored of the game, and I have said it before, and I'll say it again. Fortnite is the most toxic community ever. Ugh, my throat is so. Ugh, jeez Louise, my eyes are watering. My throat is so dry. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I don't. I've only had, like I said, 11 hours of exposure to it, and it's just. I've been reading these Reddit posts. It's called r slash choosing beggars. It's one of the funniest threads you can find, like read about, and it's about people who they try to ask things for free, or like they're getting something for free and they want it delivered, or it's not good enough that it's free, or that or like they ask for a phone and it's not an iPhone 10. I need a free phone, but it's got to be an iPhone 10. And you're like, what? Like, so I didn't really know that people like that existed. I mean, I knew that they existed, but like not as common as it very clearly is. Dude, push the fucking button, dude. Why is this like these people are dumb? They keep walking to my side. Like for reals, dude. It took that long. Figure it out. Figure it out. Button? Because they get a message that says you got to push the button. And they got it for like 30 seconds, and they just like tried to push the button that I'm pushing. I'd try to switch and go push the other button, and they'd follow me there. Like, what is happening right now? Pow, pow, power wheels. Yeah, TennoCon's coming up. I'm not quite sure what it's supposed to be anymore. It got canceled, but hopefully I'll have everything I need farmed for it. August 1st. Pow, 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 pow. Thought the dead guys were alive guys. uh, I was laughing at a meme I saw earlier. I feel bad for Will Smith. I'll say that. The dude kind of got played on national or internet, whatever. I saw a thing that said how to how to untangle an entanglement, and it was O.J. Simpson put it on his glove. What is going on? Stop! This is killing me. Ugh. But it was O.J. Simpson putting on a glove. Like, oh, that's brutal. I think it's some random stuff sometimes. So his wife did something called the Red Table, Jada Smith, and went on like in front. It was like one of the most viewed episodes of this thing ever. It's like a pod. I don't really know what it is, but from what I understand, it's like a podcast where you kind of like go on and you sit at a red table with somebody else, either in your family or famous or something that you kind of have a beef with, and you want to clear the air. So he and his wife went on the red table, and basically uh, his wife stepped out on him, like with some dude named August. Uh, August something, I don't know. He's like a famous whatever he does. Well, now he's famous for coming between Jada and Wilson. But they agreed to have like an open marriage type thing, or like they were kind of like Will said, kind of like he didn't like it, but he accepts what Jada wants to do. And August went around telling everybody that Will gave him permission to like, and while they were still together, to like sleep with. And she's like, I'm the only one that can give permission, and I did. And so like he's at the red table, and she's basically saying, like she used the word entanglement. She's like, I got in an entanglement with August, and so like that's why the word entanglement is like super, like used right now. Like it's like people are like, oh, this is for the term for like an affair, basically. So that's why people, when they say entanglement, that's what they're talking about. It's like how to handle an affair or something, because that's basically what she did. She just she called it an entanglement, and at the on the meeting, he's like, an entanglement, and he goes like, you got to call it what it is. And she goes, yeah, I did, an entanglement. And he's like, no, it was an affair. And she's like, well, you call it what you want, or something, something. And I mean, it's their life, ultimately. But he's like crying, like literally crying. And then like a day later, or like an hour after this thing goes live, he's a meme of like crying Will Smith now, like he just sat there and heard his wife on like the internet explain that she cheated on him, and she kept saying things like I just needed to feel good. I hadn't felt good in so long, and August made me feel so good. Like right there with Will Smith sitting across the table, and it's like, whoa, man. And so he's like, he's legit crying, like at the hearing this, and it's just, it's gutting. Like Will Smith seems like a good dude, like a genuine dude. The kids are a little weird, but like, support it. Um, letting them be who they are and stuff like that. That's, might be a little weird sometimes in today, but you're rich. How would you turn out too? But they could be way worse people. And he just, he's kind of put his life out there in more ways than one ever since like the Fresh Prince and stuff like that. And he just got had, man. Yeah, he got gutted on the internet, and like basically now people are like, this is why men can't cry, because they get made fun of. And if you watch MMA, one thing that made me think of that is Daniel Cormier. He came up short in like the fight of his life against John Jones. Well, for the second time. First one was a decision. The second one he got knocked out, but John Jones was on steroids. So like it was a definitive ending, and he got on the mic and was like, how do you? They asked him, how do you feel about the rivalry? And he's just bawling, like upset, like sobbing. And he goes, I feel bad like repeating this, but as he's sobbing, he goes, I guess if it's 2-0, there was no rivalry, and I'm not who I thought I was, and like he just completely broke himself down, and he was turned into a meme right after that too. Like he came up short in like the biggest moment of his life that meant so much to him in terms of like, not just did he not like John Jones, but like it was for validation of his career. And like 20 minutes later, I mean, maybe not even like 2 minutes later, there was screen captures of Daniel Cormier, and he's an Olympic wrestler. I think he might have gotten gold or silver in the Olympics for the American team, and so like and then he transitions to mixed martial arts, and got into a really heated rivalry with basically the best dude at his weight class, and had a pretty good first fight, and then the second fight he got blown out, but the guy he was fighting was found out later after he knocked him out by kicking him in the head that he was on all sorts of steroids. So yeah, it's weird, man, and I've never understood it. Like, I mean, yeah, okay, the guy looks funny when he's crying, okay, but like if you think about why he's crying, it's not like somebody stepped on his Jordans, you know? It's not like somebody smudged his Pumas. It's like he worked his entire life for a goal, and he's achieved most of them, going to the Olympics and competing in the Olympics and medaling in the Olympics. I mean, that's what he's used to. And so when he comes up short not once but twice, not against a guy he not only dislikes but is his physical superior, seemingly, it's got to be crushing, man. It's not like he's crying over something small. He's crying over having, worked his entire life for something and it not being enough. I feel like that's a good reason to cry. Like if there's ever reason to cry in the world when you're spending your time busting your butt to do something more than just, hang out on your couch and play video games and watch sports, you probably should leave that dude alone. Let him cry. But yeah, I never got it. Like in my groups, like MMA groups, it for some reason became a thing to make fun of him. I don't know. I never did, but for some reason, I guess they're manly men. We read the other day that Mike Tyson is going to have exhibition back for Roy Jones Jr. Yes, he is. That is going to be amazing. I'm really excited. I don't know. I thought Roy Jones Jr. Didn't fight at heavyweight, so it might be a little bit crazy. And Mike Tyson has ridiculous power in his hand still, so that first round or two, he's probably gonna. I don't know. It's an exhibition match, so maybe they might not go for broke, But if Mike puts any heat on his shit and it connects, he might just go out there to put. But I mean, if you're Mike Tyson, you want to go out there in an exhibition match, depending on what he wants to do with his life afterwards, and you want to make yourself look like you're out there to compete, like not just get by. So I don't know. And Roy Jones Jr., he's gonna have the same mentality. I know that he's been trying to get back in the boxing ring for a while. So you prefer his music. Interesting. I never really listened to Roy Jones. I know that he did do music for a while. He was kind of a multi-talent. I think he did, excuse me, he did acting as well. He did quite a few things actually. I think he even tried his hand in, I don't want to say that. Maybe a different sport, but oh, I never Roy Jones, I mean, I know about him boxing wise. I know more about Tyson and his career because, like, I guess it was just more exposure to me at the time. I grew up. I was born in '87, so I grew up kind of in the '90s and 2000s, where Mike Tyson was like the best, until he met Holyfield and who's the gentleman with the dreadlocks? I know the answer to this. I think he knocked Tyson out. What's his name? Lennox Lewis. I think his name's Lennox Lewis. But yeah, I'm pretty stoked about that. I saw though that they're doing the only downside, right, is that I saw that Logan Paul's little brother is they're putting him on the undercard for this. So I'm really against. Um, I'm against giving these. Yeah, Lennox Lewis was awesome. I'm personally against giving these YouTube scrubs like any sort of boxing because they're not actual boxers, right? I mean, yeah. So It's weird, man. Tyson's a weird dude. I don't know if I can say I prefer Lennox Lewis. I like both the guys. I grew up during that. I was kind of sad when Lewis beat him, but again, from a time when Tyson was the man, and to see him lose uh, was devastating for the fans, that were huge fans of him because he felt invincible for a time. Um, but I like Lewis, man. And it's cool that Tyson and Holyfield get along today. I mean, the dude bit his fucking ear off, Like, how do you bite a guy's ear off in a like, that's so illegal. Like, how do they not dislike each other? That's so illegal. He's literally missing like a third of his ear to this day. To this day. That's a Deontay Wilder reference, if you didn't know. But they make commercials and stuff in Japan together, Holyfield and Tyson. It's kind of crazy. Ever watched the interview after he bit off Lewis or Holyfield's ear? He goes, the guy asks him, why'd you do that out there, Mike? Why'd you have to take a bite out of his ear? Why'd you do that? That's so unprofessional. It's so. He goes, and Mike Tyson's response was, "Look at me, man. Look at me. I gotta go see my kids, man. He head butted me." He's like, he kept butting. I was telling the ref he was butting, so I had to do something about it. Like he's like, but Mike, you bit his ear off. He's like, he was butting me. Why don't you talk to him about head butting me? You didn't see him butt me in there? Like he's justifying eating a dude's ear off in a clinch. Like you are not a sane human being. Boxing or UFC, man. So it's hard for me because I love pure sports like jujitsu, boxing, judo. I love watching pure sports, but and it's not UFC, it's MMA. UFC is just a branch of MMA, but I prefer MMA to watch. But when training, I used to do jujitsu. I've boxed a little bit throughout my life, and before my health got really bad, so I've had a little experience doing practicing solo. I've never done anything MMA related. Maybe sparring is the closest thing. But for me, I find it therapeutic, to be able to just go in and work on just boxing or just jujitsu. Being able to just think linearly, because 1 plus 1 equals 2, in those sports. In MMA, because you have so many facets and so many directions that a fight can go, 1 plus 1 doesn't equal 2. In fact, like there's no equation where 1 plus 1 equals 2 in MMA. And so that's why I love watching it or coaching or talking to people about it or just walking through what's happening. But I know I understand MMA or UFC enough to know that it's complicated and it's like trying to do complex math in your brain while somebody's punching you in the face, Not only that, it's mostly trigger responses like or muscle memory. So you're thinking you just have to do the time, and if you don't do the time to, it's like I mean any other pure sport where if you don't give the time to get the muscle memory, you're not going to excel at it. The people at the top of the you could be the best boxer in the world and then go to mixed martial arts, and someone's going to put you on your back and you don't know what you're doing. So I like to watch MMA, but I like watching everything. I don't know. That's a tough question, man. I prefer MMA, I guess. Um, but I love all combat sports. I'm a huge combat sports fan. My whole life I have been. I love kickboxing. I like Muay Thai. I like Thai boxing, like kickboxing, pancrase, uh, catch wrestling. I mean, you name it, I watch it. If I can find it on, I'm watching it. But yeah, I mean, boxing is hard because there's so many divisions in boxing too. To have a fan, I loved Gennady Golovkin. I loved watching him fight. Even like before the first Canelo fight, and I felt he got robbed, and I felt he never should have taken the second fight because he should have won the first one. So, like I don't know, he definitely. And so this after the second fight, the politics, I guess, is what I'm saying, of boxing really turns me off. Although there's equally ridiculous bullshit politics in the UFC or MMA, but I don't know. I wish sports could just be pure, Or like you have leagues where people cheat and where people can't cheat, you know? Like I don't mind people cheating, but like just be honest about it. Like you should. What do you prefer? Boxing or I'm assuming boxing, but between boxing or mixed martial arts, what's your preference? Do you have one? Or sports in general, you know? It might be a team sport that you like. So I can guarantee that you're a fan of Rocky and Jean-Claude Van Damme, Steven Seagal. So I grew up with them, but I'm under no illusion that those people are not real fighters. They're not real fighters. If those people fought anybody who was a real fighter, they would get beat the fuck up. Like unless they're doing it in there, like so Jean-Claude Van Damme is like I think if I recall he is some sort of kickboxer, but it's not normal kickboxing. He does like some weird subculture of kickboxing where it's I think it's point based on points and you don't want to knock people out. I'm pretty sure if I remember that right. So I grew up loving Jean-Claude Van Damme, Time Cop. Uh, I mean Time Cop. What was the one where he had long hair and Hard Target? Man, that and he's dating this girl whose dad sold his you got to run through you get $1 million if you run through this maze. It was only 200,000, man. This was like 95 or something. So it's probably only like, you get like 200 grand if you can survive this like maze where you're fighting there's like a group of bad guys coming to kill you on motorcycles and stuff. So like yeah, and so he wants to get the money for his family, and Jean Claude Van Damme's hired with his long hair and his long trench coat to come in and figure out what happened to her dad. So he ends up signing up for the competition and becomes the hard target and dodges arrows and all this to get the money and beat the bad guys and get the lady. It was like one of the most ridiculous premise shows like ever. Bloodsport, yeah, Bloodsport's a great one. I'm more for the MMA when it comes to that, but I'm more of a football fan. How do you feel about the kneeling situation? How do you feel? I think it's kind of funny personally that it's a big deal, you know. I feel like if you have a platform and you've worked to give yourself a platform as an athlete or a celebrity in whatever way, even if I don't like that, you know, like why they're famous or whatever, if you built the platform, man, you should have an opportunity to use that, you know. That shut up and dribble idea is ridiculous, man. Because like if white people, I don't know, I don't want to get all racist, like race driven, but like if white people in the sports were like offended by something, I mean, look at NASCAR. I guess that's a good example. NASCAR had their flag taken away, and white Caucasian drivers are mad and they want to picket and strike and all that, but nobody's getting mad and tell them to shut up and drive. You know, I just find that kind of interesting. What's up, Abib? How you doing, my dude? Yeah. So yeah, I'm definitely under no illusion. And Steven Seagal is about the biggest fucking potato you can find that can walk. You know, like he's the most potato-shaped thing on two legs. And the fact that people like he goes and does these demonstrations of Aikido at like Russia in front of Vladimir Putin and all this other crap, and it's just so comical. Like there, people in the audience are literally like laughing, but they can't say shit because he's the guest of Putin, you know, and Putin's a savage, so he's not having that. For whatever reason, they entertain their bullshit. Like they're both these potato-shaped, barrel-chested fat fucks that. And I don't mean to be. I explicitly call them that because like they think they're in great shape, you know, like they think they're in fighting shape. Like Vladimir, I mean Putin, I guess, is in better shape than Seagal, I'm sure. But I mean, they're both like not normal strength. You know, they're like big guy strength if they have any. Nightmare missions. Yeah, Chuck Norris, I guess, would be the guy that I think I know the least about in terms of his professional fight career. I heard that he messed around with Bruce Lee quite a bit on the set of Into the Dragon. It's gone too far. Let's put it straight. What happened to Floyd was terrible, but why does it have to be race? Why does it have to be a white cop killed a black guy? Well, so I think that it's that way because that happens so frequently. But there is a point to be made that cops just should not kill people before due process, and that's a fair point as well. I think things get muddled because of race, and right, if it's weird, it's like the NASCAR versus other sports thing. Like if you had, it's weird that people in NASCAR aren't being told to shut up and drive. Like it's just weird because NASCAR, I mean, there are a handful of minorities or non-white ethnicities in NASCAR, but typically, I mean, for the most part, as far as I know, it's usually a caucus event. um, so I don't know, but the the response to the idea that people are not liking something in the sport and want to use their platform as an athlete or a driver or whatever, to then boost their personal opinion, it doesn't seem to be equal for minority players to white players. In terms of when a sport is minority white or majority white, they're not being told to shut up and do X. But these other sports, these team sports, like football, I think is probably has the most non-minority players, which um, it's probably like a 30 to 70% ratio of white to minority, whatever minority. But baseball is super minority driven. Basketball is super minority driven. I mean, you're talking like less than 5% of basketball players are white. Maybe not today, but I'm throughout history, like professional, like good professional basketball players. I can think of like John Stockton, Larry Bird, Dirk Nowitzki, and I don't know what Tim Duncan. I don't know, man. I don't know what Tim Duncan is, but he could be either. So, but like they're only a handful of you know white-based players that throughout history in basketball or um, baseball. Babe Ruth, I mean, is one vanilla guy that comes to mind. I mean, when I think baseball greats, I think Ken Griffey Jr. I guess I love, but I was like Seattle Mariners fan. But even like, I guess Derek Jeter's probably Caucasian. Um, who else? Not many, man. When you're talking like the greats of sports, most of them are minorities. It's interesting. But then they're told to shut up and do their job. But when the shoe's on the other foot and NASCAR is using their platform um, to boost their don't take down the flag agenda, then there's a problem. But I don't know. What do I know? Losing all my viewers because I'm getting political. I just wish everybody in the United States had the opportunity for due process. I don't think it's fair to pull street justice for yourself unless there's some sort of fire. Uh, what is going on? This is weird. Unless there's some sort of like immediate threat, and the firefight's imminent. I'm against street justice in all forms. When I was a kid, though, I'd love to fight people, So I get it. I kind of grew up in a way that fighting is how I handled most of my problems, although I was not very great at it. Could have gone a lot worse. Probably should have, in fact. Feel like I have to stay in the water. I don't know what's going on here. We're having a squirt gun fight with robots, I guess. Okay, Sokatron. Squirt gun fight. Get down here. But yeah, I don't know. Should probably change the subject. Literally lost like 13 viewers during that rant. Don't know if they don't agree or whatever, but Everybody has an opinion. This is weird. Squirt gun. Beach party. What's that line from Zoolander? Orange mocha frappuccino. And then they start a gasoline fight. Should be having a gasoline fight. How far does this go? Not very far, I guess. Not very good at this. Or these guns aren't very good. It's like a PvP type setting, but against NPCs. I thought it was like a battle royale with squirt guns at first. Oh, they're gonna keep running. Come on, guys, get the kills. Oh no. We got 7 seconds. Get 3 kills. Dude, get 1 kill. You guys suck. How do they not get 1? In like 3 seconds. Get out of here. We need more beach balls. Dog days. First place. Or tied for first place. I don't know if this game has any proper PvP. It's like everything's against computers, and the computers are always utter garbage. Kind of sucks. Unread mail. What is this? Oh, cool. I did that in 1 mission? That's crazy. Wait, I don't want to redo that. I need to do this one. No, leave the group. We need to do this next one. Oh wait, is that the same one? That might be the same one. Might be the same thing. I don't know what I'm doing. Squirt gun fight. Really? Come on, this is a terrible squirt gun. I need my squirt gun to squirt better. Gosh dang it, man. You're gonna get back. Get back, get back. You don't know me like that. Oh, that's a good guy. I'm shooting at everybody. Take no prisoners in this squirt gun war. Yo, what is going on? Like half of them stopped working. Shouldn't have died so much. I'm doing terrible. Like it's weird you can like stand on them like that and shoot them and it's still not doing anything. Oh, yeah, it's probably not helping that I'm using a lower ranked frame because I think it's based off of my health. Oh, really? I'm just out of bullets. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Like, how does it not hit that dude? That's crazy. Got no range. No range at all, even when you're close to him. Ain't going out like that. For real. Like, what is going on? Because we're squirt guns. First place. And the least deaths, even though I screwed up. Let's see. It's crazy how quick this is going. Like, it's not even difficult. 25. Do you get 25 each run? Is that what it is? Seems like it. Now we're cooking. Kind of. Like, come on, man. It's crazy. Like, half of these bullets aren't even shooting. These guns are terrible. Hunting them down. Should have made your robots waterproof, whoever your bad guy is. Oh yeah, first place again. First place in the squirt gun wars. Squirt gun master. Oh, what? I had lots of life, and then I didn't. Need more bullets. Bullet. Give me bullet. Ah. I wonder if you can like aim above them and fade them onto them. Yo, jerk. We got 130. How'd I do? Did I stay first? Better have. Or I'm disappointed in my life. I better be number one. Yes! Tied at least. But I died. Messed up, man. If I wouldn't have died, I could have got one more kill and ended in first. Should need one more. Oh no, two. Whoa, 4 for this one, I guess. So 4 more. Be nice if you could just stay in the same thing and just re-queue. It'd be weird to think if people actually lost this. Oh, I'm by myself, so. I'm gonna die, yep. Going down. Gosh. Being the only target's pretty rough. Get him. Can't handle the squirt gun master. Still don't really know how these work, but seems like they are like arrows. Or just sometimes arrow shotguns that sometimes just don't work. Like, that's crazy. Like, how are you not getting shot? You're right in front of me. No, no, no. I did not gonna die. I kill you. It's so weird having that reload button not work too. Like I always hit the reload button like I'm gonna reload my gun, but it's not the same button. Yo, I'm not dying. Get out of here. Wow. What's up with this? Some of these like don't even go, like it's weird. I wish I could like see from the side where these bullets are, how they're traveling, because it's like half the time. I mean, you can still shoot even though it says pump up, but I don't get it. Because you can still do damage. It's like less or something, or not as direct to the target. No. No, no, no. How's everyone doing? Having a good Friday? I think it's Friday. Life goes by quick when you don't do anything. That's a player. Oh shoot, I'm gonna die. Got any cool plans for the weekend? I think summer officially started. Oh dang, there's a big group of people behind me there. Dang, not quite. I was wondering if I can get 100. I need 1 second. Yep. I need you to throw the ball for the dog outside, please. Okay, we'll get dressed because it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And you need to throw the ball for the dog. Problem solved. Do, 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 do. Trying to find this Warframe group that I'm in. I'm going to share this. Here we go. Alright, here we go. Boom. What, buddy? It looked like we got points for that one. That's unfortunate. Still said 100 out of 200. I wonder why that didn't count as a win. Like, what's the required points that we have to get? Yo, for real? That dude's just gonna run off. Alright, cool. Yeah, okay. Just shot him for... Okay, cool. Yep. Good stuff. Like I pumped it up and everything. It's weird. Ah, starting to move too. Let's go. Ooh. It's I think the point cap is probably like 75, or maybe depends on how many people you have in the group. You gotta get right next to them, make sure the bullets hit them. Missed that somehow. Yeah, I don't get it. It's weird. The mechanics seem to. I don't know if it's like the first bullets do more damage or more direct, but like sometimes it works like a rifle and other times like now, look at that. It's not even working like a shotgun. The best thing so far has been to just use it for a couple rounds and then pump it, but even then it doesn't seem consistent. See? Like that was fully charged. Like that's fully charged. I kept that topped up that whole time and it wouldn't hit that dude from that range. I mean, I don't know if I can't really follow track the shots and where they're hitting, but it sure feels inconsistent. See, I just pumped it again right before I hit that guy again and still rather inconsistent. See, what is going on here? I'll pump it all the way back up again. There, see, just a little bit. Pump it as soon as it says. If anybody wants to play Warframe too, we're on PC, so if you want to jump in and do some of these or pop some pop some relics, some down, or farm some orbs or whatever. All stuff that needs to be done before TennoCon drops. So what do you guys think about the UFO situation? Oh, needed ammo anyways. Uh, Warframe could be real, man. Could be real. Aliens might be Tenno. Stop paying attention. Um, Excited to see because they started off saying like, "Oh yeah, these videos are aliens. We don't know what they are," but then they legit say it's not. They're not craft, not from Earth. So definitely means something. Could mean a lot. Like just not enough information. I don't think. What is going on? Fucking kill this guy. That's crazy. Bullets don't work. I guess I probably, since they're physical, they're I got to track behind them a little bit or in front of them. I mean, it seems to be what's happening, but it's like if I let it run out too, it still hits them sometimes. I just don't really understand. Probably should read about the squirt gun. We don't got time for that. We just click the headline, or we don't click the headline, read the article. We just read the headline and move on. That's all we need. The American way. I think I need to do it 3 more times. So I guess we're doing it again, Meat Sacks. Oh, I did bad that time. That's the first time I didn't get first place too. Not so bueno. Not so bueno. Happy Friday, everyone. How's it going? I think it's Friday. Let me double check that. I've been saying, yeah, it's Friday. Ha, I knew it. I knew it the whole time. Seeing if you guys knew it. Welcome to the stream. For those that are new, play all sorts of games. If you want to play, feel free to hop in. Message me. Oh, we did get, okay, it didn't count the points at first, but now we're ranked up. Still said we had 100 out of 200 before the last game, so nice that it decided to start working or counting. Man, they wasted me there. Quickly. These guys seem like the worst. Like, they seem quicker. Like, how are you? Wasted me again. I'm like, too distracted. Oh, he's parachuting in. Too distracted trying to figure out how the gun works. Need a melee water sword. What is going on right now? I need that pump to be reload button, not the middle button. Oh shoot. I keep hitting R, man. It's like it's a natural instinct. It's crazy. I'm sure it has to do with the pressure of the pump. It just seems really inconsistent. Like, you can hit them. So, like, boom, those hit from there. It might be the unit, too. These dudes with the fisherman Gilligan's hats can suck it. Keep hitting R and thinking that's the right button, and it is not. Trail him in front of him a little bit. That seemed to work. Smoked. It's not R. Still haven't gotten it. I'm glad this is the last game I should have to play. That's crazy. Die. Yeah, I don't want to understand the mechanics of it. Give me the awards and let's go. I just turned my sound up a little bit. I can kind of hear when the gun's firing now. A little bit better. I'm trying to see. Tried to melee him. Can't melee. I hate the mechanics of these squirt guns. I don't think we. Oh, I think we got points that time. Should at least got 2. Hopefully that's enough, and we'll drop out of this. How you guys doing? People who hopped in from the Warframe group We kind of already hit up the alien overlord subject, so I don't want to repeat myself. But if you guys want to talk about it, I'm here. It would be interesting. Earn battle pay from unique mission. We got a reactor. Let's see. Need to switch this out. Got a bunch of garbage stuff to level up now, though. Did all my cool ones. Make sure my chat's working right. It's been messing up lately with multi-streams. There we go. Now let's see what else we need from Nightmare missions. Need to help Clem, we can do that. Invasion missions. Did those both. Guess what, Clem real quick. Kind of a boring mission, but we'll do it with Ash, I think is what I am right now. I gotta level up my Ash Prime, Oberon Prime, and like two other Prime guys that I haven't put all the time into yet. I need to. Having another Orokin reactor is pretty nice, just given to you pretty much for free. Play some squirt gun missions and you get one. Oh wait, what am I doing? Happy Friday. Hoping I'm gonna go kayaking this weekend. I should be able to stream it. I got my GoPro and a GoPro attachment for my life vest, so I should live stream it and go kayaking out on the ocean, meet some seals. They scare the shit out of me, man. They're like huge and get real close to you and sometimes climb on your kayak, and they could also rip your entire face off if they want. So could potentially suck. But we get real close, man. Last time I was like maybe like 3 feet from him. He was trying to climb on my kayak, and I kind of had to like paddle him away. Saw a video of them climbing on someone's kayak that was out on the ocean, and it was nice, but not anything I'd like to experience. I'm not quite sure what Ash's ability set is. Never really used him. This is my melee weapon, by the way. You never have to reload it. It's pretty ridiculous. This and Redeemer Prime are like my two favorite melee weapons. Come on, Clem. He's got such like a backwood redneck name too. Clem. We're in outer space, man. Get him, Clem. Ooh, we got penetration on that one. Not sure what level this mission is. Oh, hey, I didn't know you could shoot the, I'm not sure if that's what happened. It looked like I shot the puddle and it exploded. It said 800 damage, but might have just been somebody that walked into it too. After these dailies, I'm going to be popping some relics if anybody needs any. I have a bunch of vaulted relics that I'm going to use for a couple different. I'm not sure which ones they're for, but I have like titanium prime that I have to end up using because I have like 40 of um, her relics. But I'm also running out of like I think Axie or Neo relics, so I'm gonna have to farm some of those at some point as well. Pew pew pew. Come on, Clem. Kneecap him. Weird, I thought this was like a rifle. It's shooting kind of like a shotgun. It looks like more than one projectile's coming out. Hey, that was cool. Killed like 3 of those with 1 bullet. This can shoot pretty quick, man. This is cool. Ah! Alright, let's see what Ash does. Where's your skills? Oh, teleport. We can teleport. Throw daggers. Yeah. Take these daggers. Not very good. Not very good daggers yet. The force skill I haven't gotten yet, but I think it makes an army for me, I think it said. So that's probably going to be the most proficient skill for this build. I got Hydroid and I was kind of mad because they made him free for the next, for Tenocon. They just got him. Guess I'll have 2 then. Oh, hey, Juggernaut. What's up, buddy? Okay. Didn't drop me anything. Remember there's one more drop I need from a Juggernaut, but I don't remember what it is. I just farmed it so many times and didn't get it, I just gave up. Is Clem down? What's going on here? Oh, he is. There you go. Get up, Clem. Let's see what level these guys are. 20. So, technically, I'm 9. So I think at 15 is when I get my number 4 skill unlocked. This gun is so cool, or this sword. Who needs to reload? Not me. And it does like splash damage. That's crazy. Pew pew. Daggers for everyone. Those are weak. Let's go, clam. We are out of here. Do, do, do. Got your 6. Go, clam, go. Cover me. That's cool. They're close to each other. I don't think it's splash damage. I think it's like a weird shotgun round for some. Yeah, it's multiple rounds. Oh, it's probably multi-shot. What am I thinking? I'm a dummy. I missed it. Oops. Get up, clam. Cover me. Did I get him up? Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. They don't do a very good job showing you where he's at. Even when he's dead, it was hard to find him. You should think about not telling me how to do my job. You hired me. Trust me. Just gonna head to the end now, because once that timer hits up, we'll be there. Oh, it's not leading me to the end, but I'm guessing it's this way. Forgot it doesn't pop the way out until you hit the timer, but 99% sure it's like right around here. We'll find out in 10. The King Bees! Thank you for the follow, my friend. You're awesome. Are you a Warframe player by any chance? And how are you on this fine Friday evening? Depending on where you're at, I guess it's 2 o'clock. I live on the West Coast, so it's my jam. West Coast of the Americas. Whoop. You should think about shutting up. Bam. Oh shit. I'm not getting my let me see if I can. Sorry, Ryan. I didn't realize that you stream chat read only. Why? I need to figure out how to get my comments back from YouTube. Let me load up my YouTube channel real quick. Cause I got people talking to me on there, so I'm sorry. I just got a message. People are leaving comments, and for some reason, oh no, no, not that. Please no. Copyright strike incoming. Um, let's see. We need to go here, here. I'll read them in just a second, Ryan. I'm pulling it up. I gotta mute it, but then I'll pull the comments so I can. Oh, weird. It's not showing them on the channel either. Did you leave those like right now as recent comments? I'll read them in just a second though. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing something. It looks like that's this stream though, right? That's me playing Warframe. I don't play it that often, so would you rather bring back so the question is, would you rather bring back gladiator arena fighting or public execution for crime doers? Well, if you're going to have public executions, man, those are both really good ways to handle some forms of punishment. Um, or forms of crime for that rather. Um, I think you'd have to have a justice system that was more confident in labeling somebody guilty before you have public executions like that. I think that's why there's so much litigation in the legal system now for executions. Um, if you can guarantee that they like, or you have evidence that somebody assaulted somebody or, God forbid, hurt a child, then I am all for, uh, trial by combat, death by, uh, you know, lion pit or whatever you have to do. I'm just a little less uh, with that form of punishment when we have such a flimsy judicial system here in the United States. So many people are falsely convicted of things they didn't do. But absolutely, for the people you have the outright evidence to convict them of heinous acts against elderly, disabled, children, the vulnerable, the weaker people in society. Those people should uh, almost unequivocally serve some sort of gladiator arena type combat death. But then would you put him against? So the problem is when you kill somebody like that, by like say somebody murdered somebody and you kill them, by killing them you're creating another murderer. So I would be for putting murderers in a fight to death, and then the winner gets murdered anyways. And then but then you'd kill two murderers, and so you'd have one murderer kill another murderer, and you'd kill two murderers and only make one new murderer. So I mean, maybe you just keep doing that hierarchy until all like this dude does the gladiatorial system all the way through, and then gets to the end and kills all the other like unequivocally guilty, heinous people, and then you kill him, because then you do away with like, I mean, then you only have one murderer, like that's what people always say. Oh, with crime, by killing him, you're making another murderer, so who's objectively wrong? But if you make evil murderers fight to the death against other evil murderers, you're objectively not making any new murderers. In fact, you're doing away with them. So, I mean, you do that systematically through, you know, probably have like a weird a tournament system. Shit, you can even. I mean, if privatized prisons are something that's real, and people live in or are housed in privatized prisons that are falsely convicted and they're still there, or like they're still there for crimes that the laws have changed for, but they're not retroactively. Um, if you can do that, if you're able to like legally house prisoners for crimes that they didn't commit and privatize it and make them work on the side of the street for money, how come I don't think it'd be that bad to have a unequivocal guilty murderer or rapist fight to the death arena, I think that's relatively reasonable. Wonder what you guys think. The question is, would you rather excuse me, bring back gladiator arena fighting or public execution for crime doers? Um, my only problem is make sure they're guilty, and depending on the heinousness of the crime, I'm all for it. Wondering what you guys think. Interesting concept. Ryan always comes by on the YouTube and gives me these weird, awesome, random what if scenarios. The next one says, would you prefer America to own a Halo or a Death Star? A Halo is in the Halo ring? I'm not quite sure the function of a Halo ring. Like, what is the purpose of it? Is it just like a space station that is meant to house, like, the troops of. Because I think Master Chief chills there. I'm not quite sure. I never really cared about the project fiery force shadow clone. So it's level 20 for that one. Let's see what else I got here for frames. I know I got Oberon. Oh, an Equinox Prime. I read the Equinox is like really, really good. once you figure out how to use her day and night cycle. I'd have to use an auger on her. Let's see. I think Oberon I have to use one too. And then Ivara, what are her skills? So yeah, I would have to know. I would prefer America if Halo is some sort of weapon of mass destruction, like the Death Star. If that's the idea you're comparing, uh, America humans should not own weapons of mass destruction, like especially on a political scale. Like it would just be not a good look all around. Um, that's where like this alien situation with the aliens coming in kind of trips me up so much because the implications of that is so much greater than oh they're not from here because the reality is the technology that they have would absolutely unequivocally change life on Earth forever. For the good or the bad, I don't know, but it would for sure change the way that I mean you can't go Mach 6 in one direction or Mach 9 in one direction and then turn the steering wheel to go 90 degrees the other direction and not become toothpaste on the inside of a spaceship. So we have as human beings have no technology to that allows us to manipulate the gravitational forces that are involved in turning at those speeds and at those angles. Um, so that alone, the implications of that technology alone, would change cars. I mean, you would control gravity. If you can turn, which they've been on camera, and the government confirms on camera that these are UFO spacecrafts from another planet that were not made here on Earth, and they're making 90-degree turns at Mach 9. So if that's happening and the government's not doing some April Fool's joke with like the ultimate setup and information, um, it's life on Earth is going to be way different once we get to a point that we're interacting with these people. I don't know how it's going to work because if you give that kind of technology to one country, they're going to take over all the other countries. They're going to say, you know, you're all American now, and if you don't like it, we're going to manipulate the gravity in your area. And I mean, it's like it's the ultimate weapon of mass destruction. You can do whatever you want with gravity, or at least make it non-existent. Or, I mean, I don't even. Yeah, the implications just in that one thing, just you know, the gravitational manipulation is the implications are enormous. Like so, it would change. I mean. And then they have to be communicating with something that's not radio wave communication because if you're an interstellar spacefaring race, you can't be using radio waves to communicate. It's not realistic. It would take days to get messages to and from a command center to wherever. Unless even if you're a couple planets away, it would take. I think just past the moon, it's like 39 minutes for radio waves to travel from the space station. Excuse me, when they were orbiting the moon, um, they had their spaceship just chill there, and then they put a landing craft. So but for that the orbiting spacecraft orbiting the moon to communicate to um, Houston Command, it took around 35 minutes to get a response back. So to even get a yes or no, I mean that's so they had to make things very shortened to get in the to maximize the amount of back and forth or minimize the amount of back and forth they could have while maximizing the amount of information they send. So if you're going through multiple star systems, you can't be using primitive. I mean, you can't be using ejective mass propulsion at all, like any sort of jet or any sort of ejecting mass in space because there's no gravity. So the idea is you're ejecting mass out one direction to create force in the other direction. There's no way these people are traveling by those means. It's virtually impossible because even if we could and you could go 99.9% the speed of light, the universal constant, you can't ever match that. And even to go 99% the speed of light, if we wanted to go from Earth to I mean anyway, things are hundreds of light years away. So I mean like we would have we would never live to see them unless we figured out cryostasis as well. And then, I mean, there's so many things like that it could mean. So many things that it could mean, like for all of human life and us as like when you say for America, well, the world becomes America at that point, or the world becomes, we would have to have a one world government, or it would become a dictatorship uniformatively, because there's no way that America can get control of, or any country gets control of something like that and says, okay, go on with life. We'll keep doing this, broken banking system. We'll keep keeping up these invisible lines between our countries and murdering people, but we won't use the big guns. We'll just be conveniently, we'll just kill each other on this smaller scale, so it's not finite, and it just keeps going. Like, it's just weird, man, because there's a lot more going on. Like, people don't understand what this all means. I'm trying to find fucking. I guess I didn't do this. So it's not working. That's dumb. But it means a lot more. So I wouldn't want America to be in possession of any sort of weaponry like that that would put us in a place, because it's not going to be nice. It would be basically genocide on a mass scale, and we would be the culprit. And I don't know how, as a society, you can move forward when you've used. I mean, World War II, to try to be able to move past World War II after we objectively erased, 80% of the Japanese. Uh, it's probably not that much, but a large portion. I mean, how do you drop two nukes on a country and say you're helping, you know, like, or you fucked with us first, like you pissed me off, so we escalated it to 11, so it's wild that we ever got to a point where we were able to interact with Germany and Japan again. So I couldn't imagine if we were in a position where we held some sort of Death Star or Star Destroyer or whatever type weapon like that would, I mean, we would be at a standoff, as a culture, as geez, I don't even know. Not It's not a culture, it's not a society, it's as a race. We would be faced with like ultimately, what do the borders mean scenario, like either we're gonna say the borders don't mean what we've meant them to be. Oh, I guess my post got removed. Oh well, but yeah, it's interesting. I don't know how the government acknowledges their existence, but while is unable to talk about all the other implications of what it means. So I don't know. The next question from Ryan though is, what is the most useless X-Men mutant power you could ever think of? Oh man, probably growing extra skin, right? You just shed extra skin. How's that gonna help you? Trying to think, because like even if you grow your nails, right, like something like that, there's pros to that. You could scratch people, but what is extra skin? You just get more dandruff. That's probably could you imagine living in the world where the X-Men exist and you end up with the power to grow more skin flakes? Like that would be like the worst. Curious what you guys think. Maybe what the what the worst and most useless X-Men or mutant power would be. Would you rather have a Joker in your city or a Batman? Um, I don't know, man. I think if you have a Batman, right, then you would had to have had some Jokers. So, because I mean, Batman was created via the Joker. So, um, doesn't mean the opposite though. If you have a Joker, it doesn't mean you have a Batman, because we have a lot of Jokers in real society today. And I don't know why I can't see these live comments. This is frustrating. Sorry, Ryan. I like refresh and it's still not there. I wrote all this down. Hepit, that's what it's called. I feel like these comments aren't working. It's real annoying. I'll look into it a little more in a minute, Ryan. Just trying to keep this going. Yeah, because I don't think I'm getting any comments. I can see that there are comments. I just don't know why I can't read them. It's not updating in my Streamlabs or anything else. Dang, we almost got through that without alerting anyone. That would have been cool. Easy ribbon pop. So I got to do Hepit runs. If anybody wants to, all right, I'm gonna see if I can mess with this a little bit now. Why is this the way that it is? Oh wait, whoa. Hey, first of all, everybody commenting, you guys are amazing. I am so sorry. I just saw this. This is crazy. I'm so sorry, guys. Check this. Check this. This is like legit. Thank you so much. Like, oh my gosh, and it went back. Look at this. I'm so sorry, guys. I am not trying to ignore you at all. I'm doing multi-stream and I I'm failing. Let me catch up. I'm gonna go to each of you guys individually. I'm not trying to put anybody off if you're not here anymore. Super sorry. I'm working on the Streamlabs just rolled out this new multi-stream thing, and I'm just now getting it down. Let me scroll back up. I'm gonna leave here and I'm gonna get back to these comments because you guys are the A number ones. Who is more OP, Gandalf when he's Super Saiyan Wizard, or an Asian post White Witch kill? Asian post White Witch kill. Oh, post White. Okay. Hmm. Gandalf never really uses his powers very much. Like he's kind of like, do it. I don't want to do. I don't want to help. I don't want to have to intervene. So I think you. I don't know what you mean here, but it says or Asian post White Witch kill. Are you talking Aslan? Jesus. Lion the Witch in the Wardrobe. I thought it said Asian, Asian, but that's an L. I was like, typo maybe? Like I was trying to figure out what you're talking about. I I feel like Aslan is an allegory for God, so I think the answer would be Aslan. I mean, he seems rather omnipotent, and I mean, if he wanted to be, he could be omnipotent. You're looking for violence is not a good idea. I'm looking for exploiter orbs. Yeah, violence, you're right. Typically, I just have a hard time with the justice system in America for some of the crimes that are committed. Brock Turner is a great example. The fact that that kid got off the way he did is one of the most disgusting things I could ever um, begin to try to convey to you. Um, Project Blue Beam. I'll have to look it up. I know Project Blue Book. So, 2020 Act 3. It's a setup. First, they tested us with COVID to see how good we would be at following orders. Then the riots to see how we would react to violence. Each of those were small scale tests. Okay, now they will enslave us with the fear of otherworldly beings to make us completely obedient. In the middle of that, Tyth Chong says they've been trying to replicate the technology for decades, but who knows if they will have actually have done it. Yeah, replicating technology that it originates on a planet that likely does not have the same base metals, and I mean maybe even not the same physics, or certainly the gravity is going to be different because its planet's going to be different size. So, but I mean, who knows? If they came from a larger Earth with more oxygen, there's just so many variables when it comes to like saying, yes, we know these ships are from another planet. Yes, they're not from here. Yes, there's a species of people um, flying these spaceships. I, I need more. I need more information. Are they carbon based? Are they like have has the government spoke with them? Have they had any interaction? It seems like they would have had to have some sort of interaction because I'm back here. It seems like they would have had to have some sort of interaction because how would they be able to confirm? I gotta grab a lemonade real quick. How would they be able to confirm that they're extraterrestrial crafts, in fact, flown by other people, if they have not had some sort of contact with them to whatever degree. So, um, and but to your point, I don't think that an alien species would, because you got to think, man. Again, when I go back to the idea of interstellar travel, if you are to the point where you've gotten past the imaginary lines of borders, right? If you're to that point where your civilization, your Scott, no problem, my G. I'm sorry. I just figured out how to get my chat or my multi chat going, so I'm catching up on some of the comments that were made. I'm not sure if people are still here. We got 7 viewers on one platform, 3 on another, and so on and so forth. So I'm doing 3 platforms right now. I'm hoping this is putting them all in the same, excuse me, in the same list. So welcome back, dude. Thanks for chilling with us. We are just grinding a little bit and talking about the implications of alien life and the travel and technology that they have. Okay, so let's go. So, my thought is, and my genuine belief, I'm not scared at all because intellectually, when I look at a situation like this, I don't think that people with the ideas like, and I don't mean like America, right? I just mean all the stupid people that exist in all of the world. Because there are people that are just ignorant, selfish, you know, egotistical, who are looking to get one up on somebody and put themselves in the best possible chance to succeed. And that's one thing. But when you're looking to put others down, or you're trashing other people to put yourself ahead, that's such a lower level of thinking, a lower brain thinking. And in order to become a spacefaring race, you're not going to be doing that with people, the race being selfish and introverted. They're going to be, I mean, almost unequivocally, to become well, okay, scientifically saying, like I said earlier, to become a type 1 civilization, we would had to have put our border disputes aside. Like, we have to, in order to become a type 1 civilization, which is a civilization that has the ability to harness all resources on its own planet. Um, we have to stop drawing borders and killing people based on imaginary lines. Until all of the scientists on Earth are working together to create the best possible space travel, or with the materials and science technology that we have, or that we've received from them, um, if we're not using that cooperatively to bring us together as a race, we're never going to harness the energy of our own planet, let alone become a type 2 or type 3 civilization where you're harnessing the energy of your star, your host star, like the sun in our case would be, or type 3 civilization where you harness the energy of your entire universe, and you're able to convert that into a manufacturing process to create power. So we're actually still using fossil fuels. So we are so like for us to equate, and I know I got a couple more comments here. I just want to say, like, I hope that this rings somewhat like reasonable for people who are nervous. Um, to apply our primitive, lower-minded ideals to a race of people or a race of creatures who have done more than what we have done in a longer, perhaps, in the same period of time or longer or whatever. um, it's not reasonable. It's not reasonable to assume that if we can't get to space or become a Type 1 civilization, um, and we're still using ejected mass propulsion to get around, then the way that they got to use those things to where they can is by working together. I believe that to be true. That you cannot, and scientists say that, but who? It's like scientific theories on things we don't know. So we've never encountered an alien race. It could be like us to ants, where um, when you look at a colony of ants, are you trying to speak to their leader? No, it's just a colony of ants. But that is assuming that that colony of ants, or that us, we are lower brained people. We are primitive thinkers. So to say we look at the ants and we're not trying to talk to the ants, that's a lower form of thinking. That's primitive. That's what you're regressing your mentality, your race's mentality. You should be going towards those are ants. That's a colony of living things that, while they might not be able to communicate in English, there is probably a way that they do communicate. And while it might not be something we can absorb or latch onto, there's that doesn't mean that it's not possible that these aliens can't figure the same thing out. It is completely reasonable to assume that a higher frame, a higher mind of thinking would breed a mentality that would become inclusive rather than exclusive. People say they would probably want to probe people. Well, if you're traveling interstellarly, do you think they're going to put things up your butt? Like, really? You think that they're that's again, if you applying lower level of mind thinking to a higher level of mind. Yeah, to the ant thing. Yeah, it's a very often used reference for meeting civil. Stephen Hawking actually uses that reference a lot, and I don't find it to be applicable because you're applying a lower level of intellectual thinking to a higher level of species. So I just wanted to get that out there. If anybody's like nervous or scared, I don't think it's an opportunity, something you should be scared about. It would be interesting if it was a lie, like the guy, like you're saying, it's a it's a plot, to test the waters of the culture and where things sit. But if this is true to any degree, we're not completely fucked as a civilization, because that means that there is a higher mind thinking out there that has gone somewhere and done things that we haven't done and was able to achieve things that we cannot understand even. Um, so the fact that that is the case, if we are able to apply any of those technologies, it would take us out of the fossil fuel age. We would know. I mean, of course, though, you'd have. But see, once you have another race, the powers that be here on Earth are not the most powerful. The dollar is no longer the most powerful thing. What is the most powerful thing is intelligence, the ability to create these advanced things that would get us out of the Stone Age, or I mean, per se, because we are technically kind of in what is a technological Stone Age compared to what they would be doing if they're able to accomplish interstellar flight. Um, we would basically be equivalent to starting, using sticks and stones to their technology. So I think it's crazy to apply uh, a really like ape level, lower level thinking to people who have managed to do things that we would literally consider miracles. Like, but I mean, it would be mind blowing if what they did were they're like, yeah, we just know how to make miracles. Could you imagine? Like, yeah, we just know how to manipulate everything. We can just, you want it, we can do it. Like, but realistically, it's probably something based on science. It's probably based on something that we just haven't found yet, or a chemical, or a element of the table that we just don't have access to, or it's not on Earth, or a chemical reaction that we don't know how to harness in the right way. But then again, you're talking about ejective mass propulsion, chemical reactions. We have to get out of ejected mass propulsion. Right. Yeah, that's crazy. So I want to get out of like my zone here. I want to get back to talking about what you guys are saying. So the NWO will slave us with Fear of the otherworldly beings. See, I'm not scared. I have zero fear of these aliens. If it is what it is, man, and they come down and deem us all heathens who, like we abused our world, and they want to judge the whole humanity based off of the actions of a few people who managed to put themselves in a position of superiority, both financially and socially, then, you know, so be it, I guess. But I believe that this group of society would be able to parse the facts and say, well, look at how many of these human beings are forced to struggle and aren't allowed to make any sort of laws or changes or do anything that allows them to have any sort of control or semblance of control in their life. It's been these, concentrated 1% of people. Why should we? I just think that, again, spacefaring races, you can't be thinking kill them all because 5% of them are terrible. I would think that they would have to understand the value of humanity as well, just as much as they would ants, or whatever. They're creatures who found carbon-based life that found a way to thrive and survive. So yeah, no fear for me. I just think it's pretty cool if it turns out this is actually real. Yeah, our groundbreaking stuff. We could probably find some cool shit out, dude. It would. Yeah, again, I hate to say it over and over again. It would literally change life as we know it on so many scales. Like it sounds pretentious and like what's the word? Like catchy to say. It would change everything, life as we know it, because the only things really we've experienced up until now that have changed life as we know it, things like penicillin, you know. Um, I think I read somewhere that scientifically speaking, it's unanimously agreed upon that penicillin is the greatest um, discovery in the history of mankind. And the other alternative debate is the internet. So those two things are but scientifically regarded as two of the most important discoveries in all of mankind. So could you imagine if just think about the idea again? The government has released videos of craft going Mach 9 in one direction, and then while continuing at Mach 9, immediately changing to a 90-degree angle in another direction. It that the fact that that is happening and the people inside that craft are not immediately made into toothpaste in itself is life changing because it's the manipulation of gravity. That's what's happening. Gravitational forces are what cause you to turn into a pile of jelly when you go Mach 9 in one direction and then change direction. So to to be able to manipulate the basic fundamentals of our planet, like gravity and stuff like that, it would be. I mean, it's not even just like it's not like, oh, we'd be able to fly through space. Like we would literally be able to, like, I mean, make floating anything, buildings. We'd have flying cars. We would have it's yeah, and then based on the science of which they use these things to do that, we have no idea, but I mean, if it's science and not some miracle wish stick that they use, then theoretically it can be replicated. So, I mean, even if they had to give us the stuff or we could find it and just because you can't reverse engineer something if you don't, if they don't exist, the elements don't exist on Earth. You can have the product all you want, but if it's running off an element that doesn't exist on the planet Earth, you can't reverse. You're not going to get very far. So yeah, they were using this cover up what Maxwell is going to say about the elite pedos. Who's Maxwell? No one will care what she says if the government lets the aliens loose. Man, you assuming that the government has control on aliens. I mean, awesome. I support your free thinking mentality, but uh, if there's people coming from another planet, man, or another solar system, the government's not telling them what to do unless they want to be told what to do. Um, oh, these guys are going for void. I might as well just do this solo then, because they're going to be trying to get void crystals the whole time. But yeah, that would be wild, man, if somehow the United States government got to tell aliens how to run their interdimensional gig. Somehow they got Epstein had sex tapes of the aliens too, so he owns them all. Max or Ghislaine Oh wait, is that who you're talking about? Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah, okay, Maxwell, Ghislaine. Yeah, whatever. Ghislaine. I don't know, but I guess that's who you're talking about. My bad. But yeah, she might have dirt on the aliens, and that's why the aliens follow the rule of the elite. It's not fun that the news broke out a few hours ago and no one gives a fuck. Yeah, it's hilarious. Also, aliens would be dope. Yeah, man. I think there's way more opportunities for positives than negatives here. I mean, for sure. I don't think the powers that be or the elite or I hate sounding so like Illuminati driven, but I don't think that the government of the world are too happy about it. I'm pretty sure that's the case because they're gonna lose if it comes to where this breaks open into something more. They're gonna lose whatever stranglehold, assumed stranglehold they had or were going for because the technology that's there is just the implications behind it would be so huge. Okay, I'm working my way, guys. I'm sorry. I feel bad, so I'm working my way through these, and I'm trying to give everybody the proper due. And now we're here back to Ryan. If you could live in a world or cartoon physics for a day, like Looney Tunes, what would you do? I'd probably jump off of, those dreams where you're falling. I'd probably jump off a cliff because I wouldn't die, right? So especially if I was like Wile E. Coyote, he's fell off multiple cliffs. Um, I think I would do that because I have these weird dreams where I'm falling and it's not necessarily fear driven, but like adrenaline driven. And so like I don't know if you ever hit your head really hard or anything, but when you hit your head really hard, you get a weird like penny taste in your mouth. I've heard that that's what adrenaline is supposed to be like. I'm gonna do this. So I'd probably jump off a cliff just to be able to know what it's like to face that fear. Um, I've been hit by cars. Not a fun gig. Um, Trying to think. I might get shot just because like I'm in a lot of pain all the time anyways. I think it'd be interesting to experience some things that wouldn't be exactly life ending or life altering if you're in a realm where you can absorb them and just take it in stride. Probably those two things. I get shot and jump off a cliff. Sounds dumb, but not sure. There, Ziwi, they're actually comments from a friend of mine. He comes in and when he's at work or just bored or whatever, and he gives me the random what if questions. It's one of my favorite things to do. I think it ends up being entertaining for repeat views for content, and people tend to like to just listen. I've gotten a few messages from people that are like, I just like to listen to you talk about random shit. Like, so I don't know. I'm a weird guy. Ryan's good though. He's good people, and he's Ryan Edwards. I'm surprised you can't see the comments there either, because on my YouTube proper channel, I can't see your guys' comments right now. I don't. As far as my YouTube channel goes, I don't have any comments, but on my stream here, it says that on YouTube that I have comments. So I'm not sure exactly. I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but yeah, get shot or jump off a cliff or both. What would you guys do? Feel free to answer too. I'd like to know because I'm probably missing something here. It's a complex question. What would you do if cartoon physics were real? Like I feel like I'm probably missing an opportunity. So if you guys have any good ideas or any thoughts on the same questions, feel free to answer. I'm interested. I like to entertain it all. Okay, cool. So you can see them. Um, oh, dude, I did this one without. All right. Okay, this I know how to do this one at least. These are mazes, and I hate them. And I'm like terrible at them, and I'm fucking up right now. Boom, we did it. Yeah. Okay, so if you could break up the world in Avatar nations, Earth, Air, Water, Fire, how would you do it? I imagine the West Coast would get water. Well, the West Coast is the best coast, so they get all of them. Everybody else, you get none. Fuck off. No. See, I don't know, man. That's tough because I'm not. We just went over this. I'm not for division. I feel like humanity is a group in itself, and we should all be working together to. Wait, what am I doing? I know where to get out of here, and I just went the wrong way. Let's see. Yeah, what if they don't know about aliens are super boring and they're really advanced and powerful. They're just boring beings, not even slightly interesting. Yeah, like culture is not a thing for them. Like they don't understand like soul, like soul music or anything soulful. It'd be weird, man. It's gonna be really weird because with a technology-driven civilization, why can't I find my way out of here? With a technology-driven civilization like that, what am I doing? What am I doing wrong? It's probably likely to assume that personal space and privacy and stuff is probably taking the back seat. I don't know how to get out of here. What is going on, dude? Okay, so if I go up here and go this way. Oh, this way. Okay, I went the wrong side. Wait. Are you serious? What the shit? It's not even like directing me. Give me just a second for the comments. I feel like don't know where I'm going. Yeah, so the world. You got to cut the world into four places because you got to make 7 continents. Four. So, dude, where do I fucking go? This is ridiculous. All right, I'm gonna go all the way back out here, I guess. Try to go left. Okay. All right. I think I'm back on track. All right, let me get back. Boom, boom. Free grocery. So I don't know. Yeah, they probably are lost a little bit of their soul, like to be. I don't know. Could you imagine if there was like a civilization out there that like managed to become spacefaring and like keep their personality intact and jokes and their sense of humor and all that, and then they're just like perfect people or perfect beings that like knew they keep everything in stride and they pay their bills on time. Everything they go to show up to work when they're supposed to, or maybe they figured out society where people don't even have to work. Everyone's just nice enough to like pick up where others are there, and then nobody takes advantage of other people because we all have everyone has what they need, and everyone realizes that helping each other is the best way to go, and there are no countries, and like that would be amazing. Could you imagine? Like we would be like, what? You don't what? You guys just like work together and like, but who pays you? No, no, we all just get stuff, Like it just makes more sense for everybody to be treated equally. But like who runs it? Like I get equal, but like who makes the most? Like who's the leader guy? No, man, we don't have leaders. We all just like we kind of like we're hive mind. We like the idea of everybody's succeeding, so we kind of just take care of each other. But like who's the CEO though? Yeah. Like how am I supposed to take Yeah, you don't do money or power. How am I supposed to take advantage of you people? It How can I exploit you guys if you don't make it possible? This is I'd like to speak to your manager, please. Ma'am, again, we don't do the whole hierarchy of bullshit. Oh, I'm leaving you a review. Like I could just imagine what it would go like if they're like a perfect. I mean, I don't know perfect race, but like they're just doing shit that for us, like we figure out this is like how our society has to work. But like they're like, but you figured it out, like, but how? Yeah, it'd be cool as long as can you. What are alien jokes like? Alien comedy. What are alien pastimes like? What do they do to? How do they spend their time? Like, there's just so many weird things to think about. Because like if you're an interstellar uh, race, like what do you do for fun? Probably not. I mean, maybe video games. Shit, I don't know. If your life's like perfect already and like everybody has everything they need, like what do you do? I mean, because that's like most of the world right now. Like 80% of people's lives are spent doing things just to maintain that you're living a life, like having a home and stuff. So, like if you didn't have to go to work and everybody just like took care of each other, what would you do with your time? Like we would have to. I mean, it's so crazy to think about what an alien culture would be doing if they have so much science and so much stuff doing, and what's fun to them? Yeah, like what do they find fun? Oh, I'm sure everything. They have tons of stuff we don't even know about, understand, begin to even start understanding, I'm sure. I mean, there has to be, because the whole gravity manipulation thing is a big deal. But it's just like outside of like the science and stuff, what do they do for fun? Like, what's fun to an alien? I guess watching humans be a bunch of fucking assholes and destroy each other, beat each other into submission until 90% of the culture is working a 9 to 5 job for minimum wage, while 1% of everybody else, they got to be laughing. They got to be laughing at the way that our system's structured, or like confused. They got to at least be confused. Because I'm confused and I'm involved in it. First thing I would do, I want to get there. You had one more up here, groceries. Okay, so above you though, there's one more. I don't get why the aliens are so fond of America. I want them to visit Sweden. I want to see some cool alien shit. Yeah, they actually aren't only in America. Mexico, if you look around, I've been like a I've been secretly hoping this is true for years. So like it's definitely not only America. I think America, their culture around it is more lax than others, because in other cultures like Mexico and stuff, very religious based, Catholic communities that are the implications of aliens for them on a social level, like while America's like that, it's not as ingrained in culture as like Panama, or not Panama, Guam, um, the Philippines, Brazil, Mexico. Those places are all very, 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 very Catholic. And so I don't know if you know anything about Catholic religion, but they do not allow for any idea of evolution or any even entertaining of anything outside of what they believe to be. It's like Mormon or Jehovah's Witness. They're very, very like, we know exactly what's going on. Don't question it. Have faith that we know, or you're not taken seriously in our religion. So for other cultures, like, yeah, you get exposed here and people are like weird about it, but it's not like against a big part of the culture. America has stuff like separation of church and state, theoretically, where you're supposed to be able to have these ideas and thoughts and stuff. Other countries, they don't have that. So, and when they're religiously based, they don't have a separation of church and state. If you live in Mexico, you're assumed to be a Catholic. So if you're in Mexico and you're assumed to be Catholic and you're talking about spaceships flying around that aren't run by the government, they're not messing with you. They're like, You and sometimes they even expel you from your immediate family. I've heard of cases like that because it doesn't they just don't want the drama. You know, they don't want the question, and then if you do, then in that family, you're the cousin that the family that believes in aliens. You know, you got that cousin that believes in aliens. You know, and small countries like especially Guam and stuff like that, everyone knows each other. So even people when they have sightings, they just hide it. It's culturally unaccepted. So that's why in America you see Billy Bob and stuff because they're not hardcore religious in those areas. I mean sometimes they are, but that's why you see the rednecks come out because they're not they don't have any religious dogma. They're trying to, uh hold up and say, use as a character. Like this is my character. Like people that believe in God need God to be true so that they have a moral compass, you know? Like somebody said that to me is like if I'm like I'm weird. I don't know what I believe in, but I believe there's some sort of higher power, you know? But I'm not I believe that it's to label that and say what it is arrogant and superhuman and fallible. So I just agree that I don't know everything and that there's definitely room in the world for things that I don't know to exist. But even then, that rubs people the wrong way. You know, they don't like the idea that I'm okay with either way. You know, because it just doesn't fit for them. They think I have to be against God if I don't believe God is Jesus or the story of Jesus or whatever or it's a weird label that comes with it. So people they need that they need it to not be true, you know, because it doesn't fit their way of life, the way that they've developed. But if they just had an opener, more open sense of like religion and what you know entities or gods could be, it wouldn't really be a problem that aliens existed at all. You know, God could still exist and have created aliens and humans, but Christians walk themselves into this very narrow corridor of um, God only created humans because that's what this book created by humans says. You know, like it's just a weird, and so yeah, you enter into this like circle where you're simply just trying to justify your religion despite the facts, so or evidence. So I don't know. Um, it's the first thing you would do if you were elected as mayor for your city. Our city has a really bad homeless problem. So I would probably try to figure out. I mean, that's probably one of the biggest things we have is problems, drug addict problem and a homeless problem. So, and I think those two are somewhat go hand in hand. I live in Olympia, Washington. It is a relatively like progressive state in terms of helping people, and there are literal camps of homeless people in the bushes, like on the freeway exits and stuff, and it just kills me, man. There's giant. They have a needle exchange program and stuff here where they're just given, and I get it. Like if you're gonna do heroin, you know, use clean needles and stuff. But I just feel like that while you should run that program, there should be another program that offers assistance to try to get people out of that situation. My brother is homeless, kind of by choice, just because he grew up as a drug addict, and my parents didn't know. I mean, they weren't good parents, so um, I I don't know how to help though. So that would be my. I don't know exactly how to help. You know, you're working with taxpayer money, and you're limited by some of the limitations that you have financially to enact programs in the city. But I would like to figure out some way to offer drug rehab's tough because you gotta it's a personal thing. It's not something you can just say like, oh, um, everybody that's on drugs needs to be rehabilitated. I mean, that might be a true statement, but it's not a feasible statement. It's not reasonable to think that everybody that's on drugs wants to be off drugs and wants to become clean. And as long as that's the case, nobody that's on drugs is ever going to be clean in my experience. Like you can give them all the resources to get to that point to become clean like that for whatever if you have a friend who went to Shadle or something and stopped drinking or stopped doing heroin. I mean, you can give them that path, but their choice to walk it is theirs. You can give people even homelessness. It's almost a choice. Like my brother, I had a really weird experience with him because um, I gave him a place to live. I have my own house here, and I gave him a place to live. He got stabbed. This is crazy story. I don't know how I end up on these random tangents, but my brother, he ran drugs for the Mexican cartel down in Arizona across the border for a long time, quite a few years, and he ended up dating one of the cartelman's daughters, and he cheated on her, and he took he fronted a pound and a half of methamphetamine, and he decided instead. So what he was supposed to do is sell the meth, and then return the money and then keep the profits. What he chose to do instead is do all of the meth, um, and then skip out on the payments for and like I'm telling you, dude, it's like Walter White type shit. The people he's messing with, it's like legitimate Walter White. They're people, and I'll tell you because the rest of the story ends up like they're literal murderers. They're gangsters from a type of life that 99.9% of society will never experience. But they are literally Mexican cartel that he stole a pound and a half of meth from. So, um, because he was dating the daughter of the one of the higher ups that he had fronted the meth from, they told the daughter, you are going to tell him to come meet up with us, and they basically set him up to they all had knives, and they stabbed him in the heart, I somewhere over 40, 44, 45 times, and they left. So when they were done, they actually left the knife in. So that's like a thing they do. They'll like set you up, and then they're basically cutting out your heart as like a sign without cutting it out, but they're stabbing you like around the perimeter of your heart to try to like, I mean, essentially his heart could be like removed. That's the idea. Is they're doing this like round. They're all just going hard, right? But my brother was so high on meth. This is an insane story. That he was fighting them as they're stabbing him, um, and he somehow managed to break free and ran 32 miles with three knives in his heart. He ran 32 miles to the hospital with knives still in his chest. Showed up to the hospital, and the cartel came and tried to finish. They came to they found out he was at the hospital and sent the daughter to go in and try because he had to have immediate. They severed three of the four ventricles in his heart, so he had only the last one was only, I don't know how, like meth is insane, dude. Meth is like the craziest thing I've ever heard of because like before I had seen police training videos where people on PCP or something would get shot. Um, like one of my friends' dad had a police training video where they're taught how to engage people actively on PCP, and so they basically created a firing squad in this training video, or a video they used for training. It was actually a real incident. This guy on PCP was holding a knife, and he was like walking towards this. Basically, like it was three squad cars with their doors out, and then officers on each door, um, lined up using the door as like a steady, you know, shoot point, and they lit him up. They shot him 146 times. Like 32 of the rounds hit him in the face. Um, he had like 6 rounds in his heart because police officers, when you engage them, taught to shoot to the chest, one of the head, and so he had like 50 or 60 rounds in the chest. Like six hit his heart. I mean, he looked like he had chicken pox, the dead body afterwards. So, and he was still walking. They literally had to reload. Six officers had to reload shotguns, police issued firearms, sidearms, the Glock 9mm, and they had to reload. Could you imagine you have a human being walking towards you when six of your officers and you and your fellow officers are opening like a goddamn firing squad on somebody, and they are walking towards you while absorbing over 100 bullets? Like I just couldn't. That was my only other experience, like of trying to understand like what drug effect drugs had on human beings, like in a situation like that. And so I was probably like 14 years old when I watched that video, and so before that, that was my, I'm like, shit, dude, PCP is a hell of a drug, right? My brother, he had his heart only connected to his body by like 2 millimeters of one of the ventricles, and he ran over 30 miles to a hospital and didn't die. Like, I have no, I mean, like, yeah, that's a zombie drug. I've never met anybody on PCP or that's ever done PCP, but I don't know. I don't know what it. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's mind blowing. Um, yeah. So my brother in the hospital, they kept trying to kill him for so long, for like a week and a half. They kept trying to finish the job. They're like not letting it go, and they kept sending the girl in, and then the cops. They eventually had to post cops outside his room, and then they started calling me. I live up in Washington. This was down on the border in Arizona, and they called me in the office. The hospital said, "Hey, we need to get him out of here. We can't protect him. If you don't take him," he said, "we'll buy him a plane ticket." Like the hospital called me. The nurse was like, "We'll buy him a plane ticket from Arizona to Washington if you can take him because we can't protect him here. They're going to kill him. 100% they're going to get to him. We can't stop this. If you don't take him, he's going to die." So I ended up taking him, and this is such a long story, but it started because some people just don't know how to deal with being treated right. And so when he got here, um, my parents, our whole lives have taken advantage of us. You know, they always wanted to use us. My mom only ever cared for the money that came with us, and we've been all around our whole lives. So um, I learned to cut them off a long time ago, but my siblings have not. And so my brother is like built thinking that like people use people. Like he's a 30-year-old man that thinks that you can't do something nice for someone else without wanting something back. Like he doesn't understand that because his whole life that's all he's ever known. So when he was here, he would always expect me to, need something from him or want his money or to take his something. But he's so used to being homeless and, used that he just couldn't understand that I wanted genuine success for him. So it's always weird. It's never a universal fix, when you have homeless people like that or drug addicts. It's a very complicated situation, and individually they all have to be addressed, one at a time. That's why it'd be hard to know exactly how I would create any sort of if I became the mayor. Hey Marcio Lopes, thanks for the follow, my dude. How you doing, boss? My goal would be to help the homeless and drug problem, but how to do it I don't know. But that would be my long story short. That would be what I would do if I was the mayor. It'd be the first thing. Thanks for the like too, man. Appreciate it. Telling random life stories. I got a lot of them. But yeah, it's always super weird when you run into people who they don't know what it's like to be treated normal. It's like they're broken on a level that like I don't know how to explain it. Just weird. What about you, Z-Weave? Have you met anyone on PCP? Kind of a weird question. Or that's done it, that can relay their experience with you. I'm gonna make sure these comments are coming through. It looks like they kind of stopped for a little bit. Dude, so now it went back to not showing any of them again. Back up to the last chat. So this is super frustrating. Boom. Okay, it's loading again, but only Facebook. It just had my other. Here, look, I'll put it over here so you can see. Because I even put it up there earlier where you could see. Oh, look, now it goes. Because I had a Facebook up there. Nope, see? Yeah, it's not even. I hit refresh again. Yeah, so I'm not trying to ignore anyone at all. In fact, I love interacting with you guys. I I'm stuck here. I don't know how to make this work. Cuz I know that I got like 3 or 4 viewers on each platform. So if I stop the multi-stream, then I'm going to go back to only having my Facebook audience, and that's just, it's dumb. But why is this not working? Man, give me a second, guys. I'm really sorry. I can't even like look at the comments on my YouTube view channel proper. Damn it. Shut up. Like it still says 0 comments. Check this out. So we've been outright having conversations here. This is my live video right now, and it says 0 comments. So I'm like at a loss as to how I'm supposed to, like I was literally just reading comments from you guys on this interaction. Okay, Ziwi, I just got the last one you said. I know people who have done it. Never been there at the moment though. I've sold weed and stuff though, mostly hashish and spice. Yeah, I was a young man in my days too, bro. Well, you shouldn't do meth, Ryan. Mad respect to your brother for surviving that attack. Yeah, don't steal meth from the Mexican cartel. General life tip for y'all. I love my brother, but he's a fucking idiot, and he dug that hole himself. But you got respect for it. I mean, then the recovery was bad because I got respect for him. He's a tough motherfucker because the recovery road, they did not give him shit to recover. He had like quadruple bypass surgery basically, and they gave him nothing for pain medicine. They said, "Sorry, dude, you're a meth. You came in here on meth. Good luck." He literally had surgery when he was high on meth still. He didn't come down. He was so high for he didn't come down because he'd had surgery and then he left the hospital, and then he came to my house and he was still high on and crashing. He was in bed for about 4 days straight, like slept for literally 24, 48, 56 hours or whatever. Literally 56 hours straight of sleeping after flying here. So like it's just he dug that hole, man. He's a tough motherfucker, and I got mad respect for the recovery road. But what he did to get himself there, he definitely built that fucking road single hand. I don't know. My parents definitely helped. You can't say it's a kid's fault that um, he's a homeless drug addict, fucking whatever, because his parents weren't there. That's I think it's not coincidental that people who end up with severe meth or drug addictions have very little family support. I don't think that's a coincidence, at least in my experience. So I'm sure not every meth addict had a bad family, but I know that our family has been exceptionally terrible. So that kid got a rough draw, but even made a set of bad choice. It ended up with me having to whoop his ass. I beat it. He broke into my house, dude. Rank the Golden Girls in terms of hotness. Yeah, no. So I'll give me a second, Ryan. I will. I just want to finish this up because apparently I did a bad job explaining that. So when he stayed here, I got him a job making $400 a day cash doing roofing. Definitely tough as shit work, dude. Hard work, but great money. And so when he finally recovered, I got him a job doing roofing. I said, anything you want, man. I know I am a medical cannabis patient here in Washington. I have a license, and I've been in the industry for about 20 years. I know I'm a friendly person. I know all sorts of people that own all sorts of businesses. So I could get him a job doing virtually anything he wanted. Bud tending, working in a grow house, doing construction, being a taxi. He could be an Uber. I know people. I just know people. Uh, Funnily enough, Ryan, one people I don't know is people who can help me be a court transcriptionist. But I usually know if you can work a physical job, I can usually get you a job. And so I gave him a job, and the first day he comes home with the $400, and I said, "Hey man," and this is weird for him too. I said, "I want to start you a bank account." He's never had a bank account. He's 29 years old. And I said, I want to start you a bank account. I think it'd be a good investment and an opportunity for you to start building credit and, or establishing yourself so you can get to a point where you're building credit. And so I go open him a bank account and I tell him, so what I, I want you to bring me 350 every day, $50 every day you can have to eat, cigarettes, cannabis, whatever you want to do. You know, $50 a day is pretty generous for food. And I wasn't taking his money. I had no need for this man's money. Um, I was legitimately investing it into a bank account for him. And so after the second day, so he brought me 350 the first day, and the second day he brought me $26. And I'm like, hey man, you know, like obviously this isn't like what you made. And he's like, yeah, I showed up late and the guy said he'd pay me some other time. You know, just start, the bullshit starts. And excuses. And then the next day he comes home with no money. And he's gone all day, like well beyond past his shift. And he's staying in my house. And the one rule I had for him while he was here is no hard drugs. I have cannabis. I can give him all the cannabis he wants. Literally gave him like more than most people would feel comfortable asking for someone, let alone like taking and consuming it. You know, I literally gave him access to my entire grow, and I had endless amounts. The guy put me upside down in my account. I went from having um, probably around 11 or 12 pounds extra of just extra medicine with edibles in the fridge. I have probably 3 4 pounds of can of butter made. I had RSO made. I'm talking this. I had everything because I was doing it all. I made dabs. I pressed my own RSO rosin. I made my own RSO. I worked for a couple companies doing things, manufacturing cannabis products. You know, candy. Excuse me, brownies and stuff like that. And so when he finally put me, I mean, he went through everything to where I was basically even. You know, I was back to not having anything extra between harvests, and I harvest every 3 weeks. So, and I harvest a pound and a half every harvest. So like the guy was, we went from like I was flush with everything I could ever need to I was upside down and backwards on my entire grow. In a matter of maybe 3 weeks, like he would wake up in the middle of the night and go in my fridge and eat like literally a tub of butter because it's can of butter. Like just the entire tub of butter by itself. Not on toast. I mean, normally you make toast or something, or you put it when you're making a steak or something. Um, he would just eat spoonfuls of butter. Like unbelievable. And then when that got all gone, he kept telling me that I owe him. So I'd harvest and stuff. And he's like, hey, you got so much, you owe me some. And I'm like, okay, man, like I'm being really giving. I'm being really nice to you. I don't know where you get off thinking I owe you, but like I'm real keen on not owing anybody shit. I'll give it to you. Or you know, I'm just not that guy. I've seen what happens in relationships when somebody owes somebody something, and I'll go out of my way to give somebody for free. Then Ryan knows, like he knows. I would rather give somebody something than have somebody owe me something because it puts a tension on your relationship that it sometimes it's not come back fromable. So I didn't want that for my little brother, so I'm like, you know, hey, I don't owe you anything. I made sure I wanted to make sure you know that you don't owe me anything because this is not a trade. You know, this is me caring for you and what happens to you, and I want what's best for you, so I'm gonna do what's best for you. And he just couldn't get it. So it got to the point where he was accusing me of stealing money from him, even though I can show him on a bank receipt that what his balance is on his card, but I won't give him the card because he's a drug addict. So I'm sure he wanted a car. So that's actually what I was saving up for him for is to buy a car. I had a friend who was selling one, and I could have got it for him for like $1,200. So a couple of days of work. But literally the third day of work, he didn't come back. He came back with no money, and I could tell something was wrong. And I was in the middle of harvesting. Yeah, I mean exactly. See, I mean anybody who's been through the streets and you've been through that shit, you know that it's better to you know how it goes, dude. People who need things, they don't ask you for because they have extra. They ask because they don't have enough. And to tell somebody that yeah, give back to me even though like if I have enough, maybe if I didn't have enough, it would be different, but like I normally don't give to people unless I'm in a position to. So that's just kind of what I've learned. But it's not definitely not the case with most people. So he came in when I was harvesting, and I had, like I said, I have it set up to where I harvest around a pound and a half per harvest, and it's just it looks like a lot of cannabis when it's hanging from the ceilings and stuff. And he's like, "You got so much, blah blah blah." And I said, "No, man, I'm not doing that. I don't owe you anything." I said, I've given you all I can give you, and I can't keep giving to you without taking from myself or my family, because it's money too, you know. So it all adds up. And I said, I've given literally everything openly until you've any, took advantage. But now I'm closing that door. I said I'm not giving you anymore. And as soon as I said that, I was the most greedy, selfish. Uh, like, I mean, if you anything, I mean, it's crazy because it's like before I was the nicest guy because I was giving him stuff. But as soon as I say, like, listen, you've taken more than your share, I now have to like change my way of doing business because you've taken so much that's not, I didn't expect you to think it like as an open pantry. I thought it as like, because most people, when you say, hey man, make yourself at home, they don't fucking go through your fridge, make all the food, kick their feet up, drink all your beer, smoke all your weed, and turn the TV on, order a bunch of movies, and say, what else do you have for me? Like, that was the last thing. I mean, obviously, maybe I made my own bed here in that situation a little bit by opening the gate like that. But then I said to him, that's why I said I'm taking it back. Like, here's what it is now. You can have like $40 a day, um, but I'm not giving you anything else. And so he would go through that. And so then he stopped coming here. He would go to my cousin's house. And my cousin, he's not actually related to her. Um, Second cousin, like by marriage on the opposite side or whatever, but somebody I respect a lot, and they ended up like getting in a relationship together, and I'm like, no, that's not happening, like that's not happening. Like he's staying on my couch. You're not dating him. That's not happening. The kid doesn't have a life. He doesn't have a job. Can't get his shit together. Like what the fuck are you thinking? You're a dumbass. He's a dumbass. No. Like, you guys are stupid. You're stupid for doing this. You're stupid for trying it. You're stupid for thinking it. Stop. And unappreciative, yeah, for sure. And so he kept staying at her house. He kept saying, "Well, I got to get away from you. I got to get away from you." Well, I had asked them. I said, "Listen, I can't control you. I can't tell you what to do. But listen, after everything I've given to you, I have harvest day. I'm disabled, so I need a little bit of help when I go to harvest." And he's the whole time he's staying here. He's like, "That's the one thing I can do. I can help you. I know how to do that." And I'm like, "Cool, sweet. Be here at this time." So we got in a fight the night before, and he's like, "I'm gonna stay with your cousin tonight, and I'll be there tomorrow." I said, "Listen, man, I've never asked you for anything. I've given to you unequivocally. I have offered you the shirt off my back. I've opened my door for you, and I'm asking you for something now. Be here at this time. I need your help." "Okay, I'll be there. No problem. Absolutely. Okay." And it's about an hour away because at the time I was working out of town, and they're texting me all the way up to like 1 o'clock. I'm like, "Hey, are you gonna be there?" I get no response. "Hey, man, I need to know if you're gonna be there. Are you gonna meet me there? If you're gonna be a little late, totally cool. I just need some communication." They show up 4 hours later after I was done. I had done everything, all the work myself, and he walked up and said, "What can I do?" I said, "You can get back in your fucking car and get the fuck on." And he goes, "Okay, I'll go wait at home for you." I said, Don't go to my house. You're not welcome there anymore." And he's like, well, and he actually got in my face and tried to get physical with me. And I'm 6'4", 280 pounds, and he's not even half that. But he thought, since I'm disabled, but I used to box, I used to do jujitsu, and I snatched him up by his fucking throat and I lifted him off the ground. It sounds cliche, absolutely did it, and witnesses to prove it. And he got deer in the headlights look, like, because I'm so passive all the time. Like, he put me to a point where I'm fucking done with his shit, and I'm like, literally, like, in his face. He's like, "Fucking do it again." And I'm like, and I slapped him. I just like straight slapped the shit out of him, and he's like, "You wouldn't, I bet you." And he just kept saying I wouldn't do it again, and I kept doing it. And cause like he thinks that, cause where he's from, nobody's gonna fuck with him, or he's the baddest dude on the planet. I was that kid at one point too, and I gotta tell you, man, I got my own comeuppance, and I felt like I had to be his older brother at that moment. Just like older brother the fuck out of him, cause we never really had that. And I just had to show him like, you're talking to the wrong fucking person the wrong fucking way. Check your shit. And it's like he almost started crying. Like I'm like almost crying. I'm laughing, like thinking about how funny this was because he was so like, he went from like he thought he was intimidating me to like very clearly intimidated by me in like a split second. And this is a kid who kept saying he'd beat people up for me and stuff. And I'm like, dude, you don't, you don't know me. You don't know me. We didn't grow up together. You don't know anything about where I've been or any of my life. It's like, chill. And I just think of so many. I'm like laughing. There's so many things that he did while he was here that are so comical. Um, so it gets kind of bad. And this is where like I wanted you guys. The guy I found out later that he assaulted a gal, one of my friends, when he had left. So after I had snatched him up and slapped him up a little bit, um, I found out that he left there, and when he was angry, he went and found a lady and assaulted her on the street. And yeah, a little somber because that gets me really like. If I would have known that at the time, I would have done something more. But he at night he came back to my house and he said I needed to give him a place to stay for the night. It was like 11 o'clock at 11:30 at night, and I said, no man, you're not welcome here. I've closed my doors. You're not you're not welcome. I said, you're my brother. I love you. I wish you the best, but you fucked up, dude. Like you can't do drugs around my kid. It's not happening. And he's like, that's not okay. And he wouldn't leave my house. And I'm like, dude, you gotta go. And he's like, make me. And I'm like, okay. So it gets physical, and I literally like by his waistband on his belt, I literally fucking give him the like heave ho off my porch, like, and he like lands on my sidewalk, and he's picking himself up like, at least give me a fucking blanket. And I'm like, no, dude, I've given to you and I've given to you, and I'm not giving you another thing, like, period. He's like, I gotta sleep on the street, and I'm like, bro, you've been homeless for like 20 fucking years. What difference is one more day, you know? And he called me saying that he's gonna come in the house anyways. He said, I'm coming in. You better unlock the door. I said, well, good luck, man. The door's locked and it's bolted. And the next thing I hear is him running up my fucking porch and jumped like ninja kicking my front door. And it like bowed in, and then I heard it like got quiet again, and I picked up my phone and dialed 911, and I just I don't know what I did after that because the door flew open, and I came at him with a straight right cross, and he was like, the next thing I remember, I woke up, like the door flung open. I came across the kitchen. I woke up on his back, choking him out in a rear naked, like full rear naked choke. I had both hooks in, but I'm on the phone, so I'm like choking him out while I'm holding the phone to my head, and laying in my doorway. And I don't know how I got there. I don't know if he hit me and I forgot, or I don't, like I think what happened is like he slammed me, and I hit the back of my head when I was choking him out, and I woke up like not like basically putting him in a sleeper hold over and over again while he's high on meth. And I've rolled like with black belts who are like technically stronger than me and more technically sound. I've never ever ever grappled another human being that was so strong. He would like I probably put him to sleep 8 or 9 times. And if you've ever grappled, when you put someone to sleep, they almost unequivocally wake up confused. Almost 100% of the time, they wake up, they don't know where they're at. It takes them a second to grab their bearings. Not on meth. You choke out somebody on meth, they wake up more angry. And it was the craziest thing. It's like he got more strength as I was getting weaker. It was the craziest thing. And like eventually it got to the point where he was literally like, I had him his full back taken with hooks in and everything, with while I'm bearing my entire body weight down of over 250 270 pounds at the time. And he's just spinning like the fucking exorcist in my grip, like under my weight, with my entire body weight wrenching his fucking neck. Like the dude, the next day I was so exhausted, like my whole body was so exhausted from like, it was like no grappling match I had ever done, no workout I'd ever done. It was like I'd worked every muscle in my body trying to keep that dude down, and I couldn't. It was the craziest shit ever. And the cops showed up when I was
like on his back, choking him down, choking him out face down on the ground, and they threatened to tase me. So I'm like, oh shit, don't tase me. And I hop up, and he fucking springs up like a goddamn Jack in the Box. Like I choked him out 9 times, like a handful of times, bro, and I have no idea. Like he's screaming at me while he's like, I have him like this, and his head's turning like the fucking Exorcist, and he's screaming, "Fucking kill me! Just fucking kill me! I want to fucking die. If you're gonna do this, you better just fucking kill me." And I'm like, dude, I'm not trying to fucking kill you. You just kicked my front door open, like almost killed my cat. Like my cat was super fucked up from it. My kid was upstairs, and he's like, "You either let me go or you fucking kill me right now." I'm like, dude, neither of those are options that are gonna happen. Like, and I'm like, I'm holding you till the police come. I'm not trying to kill you. And he's like, that saying like, "You're gonna snitch me out, you fucking rat." And like he literally thought after all that you could kick somebody's fucking door in their house, fist fight them over a blanket that's not yours after doing meth and ruining everything else in his fucking house. And I'm the bad guy. To this day, him and my mom think that I abused him. Like, and that kind of fucking entitlement is just like, that's like 40% of people. Karens. That's all fucking Karens. And I don't understand. Now I'm gonna that was the end of the story. So when you say props for my brother, no props. I got no props for that motherfucker. I got a left and a right in equal measure. Yeah, I got a left and a right for that motherfucker in equal measure. I told him I don't hate him at the end, but he's not my person. He's not. That's not me. You got it fucked up. You think you can just because you got blood in your veins that's close to mine, you can fucking treat me however you want. But yeah, that's what that's some people, man. Like I don't know what happened in his life, but both my siblings or my both my sisters are like that too. Like I don't know if it's just getting beat down or being treated like shit or what, but they got a raw deal, but they make it worse by thinking you're fucking, they're the king shit and everybody should bend to their will. It's crazy. I don't know why I went in that story. You want to know a really funny story? I told you he ate all my edibles and shit. So really something really funny. I had edibles in my fridge, like super duper extra strength, like RSO brownies with I mean, they were weed brownies with weed frosting, with weed chocolate chips, with weed butter, I mean, weed on weed on weed on weed on weed on weed, these things say. And like I brought them to a medical facility and people brought them back because they were literally too strong. They're like, dude, it got me so fucked up I couldn't see straight. I went to sleep for 14 hours, woke up still high, right? So he ate all these brownies. They very clearly said triple X, extra strength. Do not fuck around. Like these are some real shit. And he's like, thinks that he ate all those in the fridge, and then randomly one day I'm sitting here watching a movie with my kid and the cousin that I was telling you about, and then my girlfriend at the time, and he goes in, gets up randomly, and this is after he's eaten all of my stuff. I have no more edibles or anything around, and he knows that. I told him, I said, "You've eaten all my edibles. I have no more. I don't know what to tell you. I can't make more of that strength because those are like, they're kind of like things you keep over the years, like keef. You'll keep a keef jar and a grinder that I've done it for like 10 years. I have 10-year-old keef that's like 700 strains just because I just mix it together and I make that into one thing one time and I can't replace it. So he thought I was joking or something, and I'm sitting there watching TV, and he randomly goes in the bathroom, and then he comes out screaming, he's like, ah, 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 and like he's running around my kitchen, in my living room, it's like a long hallway, so he's running back and forth, screaming, like no words, but he's trying to say words. He's like, what is that? But like, and I'm like, dude, what? Are you okay? Like, shit. Like, what's going on? He goes, it took, like, he's running around, and I'm like, I'm trying not to laugh because something's wrong with him, right? Um, but I don't know what. And he goes, through him like freaking out, he goes, what is that? And I'm like, what is what? And he goes in the bathroom and he brings out this um, aluminum foil ball. And like I said, I have friends who do random crafts. He took a giant. Okay, so he took a bite out of. He went in the bathroom, found something wrapped in aluminum foil that was on my counter next to my sink where you'd wash your hands, and unwrapped the aluminum foil. It was like blue with it kind of looked like sea foam, you know, blue ocean water with sea foam on top, and there was a giant fucking bite taken out. I mean, this thing's like this big, and there's teeth marks with like a third of this thing bitten off. And I'm like, I immediately start fucking laughing because it was a bar of soap my neighbors had made for me. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? He goes, I took a bite of it, and I go, well, why? Why would you go in the bathroom and take a bite out of something in the bathroom? I don't keep food in the bathroom. Like, have you ever found any food ever in the bathroom? And he's like, it looked like an edible, just like those edibles. And I'm like, so did you spit it out? He fucking did it. This dude is so fucking broken. He took a bite out of it that is a third the size. Imagine taking a bite out of a fucking bar of soap. This is not a normal bar of soap either. This has a bunch of caustic shit in it that is literally like acid because it's homemade soap with preservatives and shit to like be super extra good at getting chemicals and grease off and shit. He fucking chewed it and swallowed it. Like, normal human beings, when you walk into, like, first of all, I don't even know where to begin, man. Like, if you don't think, if something you bite into burns your fucking throat like a goddamn chemical burn, you should probably spit that out. Maybe don't fucking continue to chew and then swallow the fucking bar of soap, you goddamn idiot. Like, we were all laughing so hard at him. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. He was crying because we were just, like, everybody here. I literally laughed for like 45 fucking minutes straight. Because every time I thought of the concept of him chewing and swallowing it, knowing that it tasted like fucking battery acid, but he's such a fucking drug addict that you gotta get your fucking fix. You better chew up that fucking caustic soap just to get your fucking high. Cause I keep my edibles on the fucking bathroom sink counter. Like, there's so many fucking mistakes in that guy's like level of thinking. I don't even know what to do. And like, oh man, I wish I could have recorded it. It probably would have been one of the funniest videos of all time. I don't even, it's not, because when I was a little kid, I remember my aunt, when I would swear, she'd make me eat a bar of soap. And there was like something about bars of soap that's like, you know, it's not as bad. Homemade soap is, you can smell the fucking chemicals in it, dude. You can smell the shit. It's like, you know, by smelling it that it's not normal soap. Like, I don't know what he thought, man. I don't know, but that whole situation was like hands down one of, if not the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, I, I'm probably not doing a good job of explaining, but watching him run around the living room going, ooh, 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 trying to convey that he just took a big ass bite out of something in the bathroom that he thought was edible food. Like, man, I don't know, man. Yeah, and when he went to jail and he got out, my mom called me. Well, I haven't spoke to her in like 15 years before this. She called me and told me that I ruined his life. Like, man, I'm the only person that gave that kid a chance. Like, you telling me I ruined his life, man? You ruined it, bitch, and he made a lot of other choices to help it go down that same road. Just funny stuff, man. People are crazy. Yeah, drugs make people do crazy shit, and that's why I was crying earlier when I was thinking about when I was telling that story, because I was thinking about when he when he took a giant bite of that bar of soap. Oh God, I was trying to figure out how I was gonna fit that in, just because he's that he's that fucking broken. A lot of stories about that kid doing real stupid shit. My mom says I ruined his life. Pretty sure I'm not the one who gave him the sensibility to fucking eat people's hand soap. Might have happened before he turned 29, you know. Yeah, my whole family kind of looks at me like that because I got away from the drugs and they're all under it. So they all, I've literally had my family tell me, "Oh, dude, my family is crazy as shit." What's up, Lee? No, just story time. Talking about my crazy drug addict little brother being crazy ass, eating bars of soap because he thought they were drugs, but they're bars of soap. Yeah, I'm not even like I don't even have money, dude. I'm just a disabled guy. I don't spend my money on meth. So, like I guess that's what they consider successful. Like you're not a meth addict. You should have to like my sister legitimately at one point in my life told me like I abandoned them. Like you're my older sister. How's that work? Like I mean drugs basically made all the choices for like once you're in that life. I'm pretty lucky. I'm super fortunate to have gotten out and broken the cycle for my son and stuff. So like that's the biggest thing for me. Like I left them all behind, but I love that I was able to break the cycle. You know, my sister, I see that with them that they're not. They certainly live that cycle, and their kids suffer for it, and it's terrible. So, yeah, laughs aside, I mean, drugs are no joke. But yeah, if there was a way that I could become a governor or something of my city or any major city where I can help the the drug addict population or the homeless population do a little better or live a better life or have more sound access to the care that they need, I think that would be ideal. I can't think of another way I could use my power as governor in any other way. Go potty. Yeah, Lee, I have a friend basically just throwing out some random questions here, so we're doing random question Friday, I guess. Bobo, come on. Let my dog out real quick. Ryan's the king of random questions, and I guess I'm the prince at random answers, maybe. How you doing today, Lee? Oh yeah, dude, we're working. We're going for 250 now. If you're all around all your life and manage to start a family and provide. Yeah, yeah. I mean, doctors tell me I should write a book, man. If you've ever heard of the book A Million Little Pieces, it turns out that guy's story wasn't real. My life is essentially that man's story. My parents tried to kill me. Been stabbed in the face by my dad. I have a hair lip here. If I didn't have a beard, you could see it. I took a 6-inch steel beam to my skull here. I'll cut my hair and show you guys again. But yeah, thanks for the yeah. We hit 100 and I'm actually got to go apply for my business license to start this as a business, Mr. Scoggin. Um, are you doing stars right now, Lee? Do you have stars enabled? Because I know that's where I have to get the business light or the tax identification number. That's what it is. So that's my next step is a tax identification number, and then we're going like full studio time. I don't know where these invasion missions are. And I've been creeping on your streams, Lee. I was watching, I think yesterday or the day before. So I still support. I'm I'm in the background because I don't want to like get caught up in a conversation that I can't continue, and I don't want to just bounce out and leave your stream without saying bye. So I'm watching. And I think I could probably get a. My son wants me to start Farm Simulator 2. Like that's another one he's telling me about. So, but he also knows that he has my PlayStation. So, until he gives it back or the PlayStation 5 comes out, I'm kind of locked in. I'm having trouble with my Streamlabs not putting all the comments through right away though. Oh, as a so that's what I was wondering about. So it's not fraud or anything to do that? Because I saw the sole proprietor one, and because my concern is, like I said, I'm disabled, so I don't want to have to enter into a business license situation until I'm actually creating revenue from it. Because it would, I think, if I create a business while I'm disabled, it's going to be a problem tax wise. Because unless don't, I mean, I guess it might come down to revenue. I don't know.
or donations. I know that donations in America are taxed much more than I think it's like a 40% tax rate for donations. Okay. So, yeah, but I don't need a tax identification number that way then. Is that what you're saying? I have a really rare condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. It's most people don't know of it, but you've probably seen someone with it. Um, it is a connective tissue disorder where, let's see if I can show you something on stream. I can, if you watch my hand here, watch this finger. I can basically pull my fingers off. See that gap? That's called a 3/4 sublux, which means that there's 3/4 of my bone is or my joint is dislocated. Um, Basically, my whole body does that. My kneecaps pop off. See if I can show you my shoulder blade. But I have I don't know if you can see it, but the scapula on my back, it's called winging, and so like basically anything that the muscles and tendons that hold a normal person's body together, like you, or anybody without Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, um, the tissue is tight and it's meant to be pulled together, like your tendons pull you together. Well, the main component of a tendon is collagen. And so the biggest problem with Ehlers-Danlos, the biggest issue with it is it's something what it it it's a genetic mutation I was born with that stops my body from creating complete collagen. So like if water is H2O, collagen would be something like like that. It's a chemical compound, and so your body has to make it in like H2O kind of like thing. You need two hydrogens and one oxygen. But I don't know the exact makeup of it, but what makes up your cartilage is like two of one chemical and another. Basically, my body doesn't create one of those chemicals properly. So it's called incomplete collagen, meaning that in the covalent bond between the atoms that make collagen, um, there's a mutation in one of the proteins that create collagen. So everything in my body, like my skin, my heart, my lungs, my eyes, I'm gonna go blind. I'm gonna be in a wheelchair. I'm basically 95 years old on a skeletal level. My body, I have osteoarthritis in my whole skeleton, my spine, my arms, my legs, my knees. You don't normally get osteoarthritis until you're usually over 50. I'm 32. I had my first diagnosis of osteoarthritis when I was 23. So it's just kind of it's an all-encompassing disease that I look normal, but like I got if I get scratched, it'll scar forever. Like you can scratch me and it will, like a cat scratch will end up being a lifelong scar, not even a serious one, but just that's just kind of like the basis. I get hurt a lot. I'm in a lot of pain. I dislocate, and another thing too is my heart, because your heart and your lungs are connective tissue. That anything that can expand and contract is made out of collagen in your body, and so basically anything that can move on my body is compromised. So, oh no, it's all good. Education is a big thing. I'm actually making a charity to hopefully start pretty soon to try to help spread awareness and stuff. Basically, if you've seen anybody who can fit in like a tennis racket or a small box or do any sort of like weird body manipulation, they probably have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, some varying degree of it, or they might have another condition called Marfan syndrome. They're two very rare with a lot of overlapping clinical clinical symptoms. So, but both of them are so very rarely researched that it's not known
There's only a handful of genetic markers identified for either of those conditions, and there's not enough funding or research going on to continue or deepen the knowledge of it. So without there's maybe like 3 universities in the world that have funding to study my condition. It's not. It's like it's rare, but it's not. Most people have seen somebody with it or some varying degree of it, but the degree in which mine is bad is exceptional. Um, like so getting a diagnosis is relatively rare clinically. They want to see that in your genetics, so you have to do they do what's called a DNA sample, and they take a piece of your tissue. They use like a little scoop, like an ice cream scoop, and they scoop out a piece of your tissue to do a biopsy, and they do like a genetic breakdown where they're looking for certain markers in your DNA that are offset or changed from what they should be. And so they've only been able to find two, or I think as of right now, 2 markers that will allow somebody to be medically diagnosed, meaning they have the markers and can prove that they have the medical diagnosis. I have what's called a clinical diagnosis because I have the symptoms of all of them, but I don't have the DNA markers of them. So when they break down my DNA and they look at my DNA, they can't find the code that's broken, but they can tell by my physical how my body manifests physically in the like things that I have it. So I'm clinically diagnosed with all forms of aliens, all types, so 4 types. Um, some of them are more hypermobile, where your joints are more loose. Some of them are called vascular, where your internal organs, like your heart, can explode, or your lungs are more prone to be damaged or broken long term. So yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know why I keep going on, but it's a pretty complex condition where there's not a lot of information on it. So if I have a chance, if people ask, I like to share because it's not, I don't know, you don't see a lot of people with it. A lot of people don't know about it too. That was like when I was growing up. I wasn't diagnosed until I was 22, 21 or 22, but I always knew something was wrong with me. I get hurt all the time. I would just find myself like in pain at like 11 years old, times when, they're like, oh, growth pains, and I was told, certain things that like doctors would just lie to me because they didn't know what they're looking at, like physically my body should not be able to do things like if you go to a normal biologist that like studies the average human and then you show them me, my body is so different that they would not believe that I could do the things that I can do if I could not physically show them. Like I've literally had doctors look at me and say that's impossible, but I'm doing it. Like they literally say to me, what you're doing right there is not physically possible for any other human to do. Like it shouldn't be even like something that's like you could evolve, like my body has evolved in some way to like uh manage this. It's really weird. Like so the ability to control your body's dislocating joints, like I can dislocate my own joints without touching my own body. So like I have such hyper control over my tendons and my muscles that I can force them out of socket with muscles that don't exist for other people. I can use tendons and muscles in ways to achieve something that other people couldn't do physically if you gave them a lifetime. It's crazy. Like my shins literally fall off the front of my leg. Like so when I sit, let me see if I can set this. Like this is let me see if I can figure this out. So check this out. See, so this is my leg from the side. This is my knee, right? So see this right here? This movement right here? In a normal human being, this is not physically possible to be moved because this is connected by a joint, and this tissue here should be all hard tissue that's holding it into place. But if you see here, I'm relaxed now, but I can push my shin off. I have both my hands. I have one hand here, the other hand's here holding the camera. I can remove my shin almost halfway off the front of my leg without touching it. And the fact that I have a tendon and muscle group that allows me to do that, doctors have told me it's impossible. Like it's not supposed to exist. Like I'm not like humans aren't supposed to have control over your shin being on or off. Like you're not supposed to do that. So it's kind of a trip, but yeah, you probably won't see anybody that can do that. It's called shelf knees, and I've never met anybody that can do that as well. I've met doctors who their job is to look at other people with the same condition. They've never seen anybody else that can do that. Um, like I literally go to a doctor sometimes and they'll walk out in the hallway after I show them some shit. Like I can dislocate my shoulders. Let's see if you can see it. Like you can kind of see that movement there. That's my shoulder coming halfway on. You can hear it click too. I don't know. Let's see if I can get the mic there. There's like a pretty loud pop that's happening too. But when you see it separate, that's 3/4 subluxation. So I'm using my own muscles and tendons somehow to pull my own bone out of socket, and that's natural for me. So but like by I guess so the way I understand is that's also how my body is held together. That's the only way my body's able to hold itself together is because it's created a way, a tendon, a muscle group, and another section because my tendons can't hold like your body traditionally is supposed to be held together by tendons, not muscles. Muscles are built to drive tendon and movement. Instead, my body is held together by muscle, not tendons, because my tendons aren't strong enough. So, yeah, yeah, I don't know. It's really crazy. Sorry, long diatribe of bullshit, but yeah, I have some weird shit, man. I've had a really weird life. Doctors are pretty taken aback by me in general, and it's always kind of interesting to have them tell me I need to write a book or to go out and like that I have the most interesting story that they've ever heard. I think that's probably why I just like telling shit because I don't think most people understand. Like my life has kind of been a movie. It's like it's a series of shit that doesn't that most people wouldn't encounter, but somehow I've encountered them time and time and time and time again throughout my life. So, I mean, it's weird, and I'd like to think I've learned, but there's still some shit I got to learn, and I appreciate you guys being so cool and listening. It means a lot to me. You take the time to listen and hang out with me, and that's kind of why I'm trying to do this. Like I want to bring awareness to my condition. I want to. A friend of mine died who this was something he liked to do, and I didn't entertain it at the time. And part of it, me wishes that I would have been a little more open to his, this form of media. And, he always encouraged me that, I should do it. And when he passed, I think it's just an opportunity for me to do what I should have done before. And you guys are making it possible for that to be productive, so it means a lot to me. Yeah, I'm basically like a jellyfish, man. Uh, that's why I had to stop doing jujitsu because that's kind of where I really found out that it was the worst, as bad as it was. I was always told that I had a condition called bone density hyperlaxity, which I find out after my diagnosis, which it's an oxymoronic statement. You can't. Bone density hyperlaxia is actually not even a thing. It's just two terms that this asshole strung together to try to make him sound like he knew what he was talking about, so I could have a diagnosis. Um, but yeah, total bullshit. Not a real thing. Um, where are you at, Ziwi? You're a 24-hour shift. Jesus. Are you I got stories though. You want stories? I got all sorts. I've had at 14 years old, I had foster parents come to me to act as a counselor for their marriage divorce. If that gives you any idea of how I was perceived as a kid in terms of like my adultness, I've been dealing with adult problems since I was probably 8 years old. So that's probably kind of why I'm a bit of a kid, at 33. I never really had a childhood, but now I'm a grown up and I can read all the comic books I want, motherfuckers. You get 5 to 6 hours sleep where you wake up if there's an emergency. So are you a fire? Are you working a firehouse? I'm thinking some sort of emergency line. If you can remove your shin halfway off your thing, you might want to see a doctor because you have very likely a very severe case of Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, Marfan syndrome, or just a very compromised body in general. You're not supposed to be able to do that. I'm in Sweden working with my patient, a mentally disabled person. So you're a home care nurse, yeah? I have one of those. She just quit, but I had one. I have to work on finding a new one, but it sounds like you're a home health care assistant, and that's awesome. Good on you. I actually have to put up a couple ads looking for another one, but it's kind of tough. How's the virus going in Sweden? How's your country handling it? I'm sure better than the fucking orange Cheeto we have in charge. Yeah, Sweden. I know. I don't know. I've heard that Sweden has a very comprehensive healthcare system where they're very accommodating for disabled people. And okay, I hire you. Come on over. You got a job. I'll hire you right now. I have the contract and everything. I can fax it to you or email it. I could scan it in and then send it to you. What am I trying to do here? Prisma Gridlock. Yeah, she just quit because the virus. She's worried that I'm gonna give it to her or something. I don't know. I don't really go anywhere, but she was here for like 3 years for me, and I gotta find someone else now. I'm in the middle of trying to sell my house too, though. So I'm going tomorrow to look at this new house. That's one story. It looks. I'm like. I hope to God we can get it, man. It looks awesome. Timing might not work out, but for what I'm looking for, it's like exactly what I need. I need a single level that can with a like a large, two bath. I need a bath that's big enough. I'm a big ass dude. Like I'm not. I mean, I'm like 6'4", 280 some pounds. So I'm a large lump of human being. So I need a bigger bath. I'm just too big for everything. Like this, I feel like I'm missing half my stuff here. So we need to do strength, ability strength, not duration. We need intensify. So what's this one? Oh wait, it does drain. So if I take this off, oh wow, it's a big one. It's a big loss. So we'll take that. We'll put that on. Hell no, our government really does not do shit about the virus. They just realize the masks they use for the elderly homes actually don't work. Not handling it well. Not to be hired. Back surgery first. Yeah, like legit, man. I honestly mean it. If you're interested, and it's an opportunity, I'm looking for a nurse. So I mean, it's just on your end whether it would do. I don't know how you'd set everything else up. I let you know ahead of time. America kind of sucks. I mean, it's awesome. I love the country, but I mean, and as far as like from if you're a minority, man, get ready for some bullshit, cause we don't treat minorities well here. Whether you're, I mean, in my state here where I lived during World War II, our state incarcerated Japanese American people because the fear mongering. Yeah, get that back surgery first then. I'm looking at back surgery too, but I'm so scared, man, because I don't heal from surgery right. Collagen is in your skin, and it's a main component in how your skin comes together and heals together. So I had knee surgery. Well, I had to. I had my whole kneecap ripped off, and so I had no choice. But it didn't go well, and it hasn't gone well since then. So I don't know what exactly a good back surgery consists of, but I don't know that in America they have good health back surgeries. Everyone I speak to that's had back surgery in America is like, dude, worst decision I've ever made. You know, it's almost unequivocally a bad decision. But that said, I'm not trying to. I mean, I hope it goes well for you, and I hope your specific situation goes awesome. I'm super scared of back surgery, like super petrified scared of it. Why are none of these? So we need duration then. We're still not 21. So what does this change the duration to? 35. 35. So that doesn't make a difference. 0.7. 0.54. Become invisible and stealth. Steal loot from unsuspect. Oh, okay. So this is what I have to do. No, it would be a fusion for me. I don't know what back surgery you're looking at. Mine would be a fusion of I think it's L4 and L5. But the problem is once I have that too, and say it does go well, my condition would just start. My disc would start slipping in another spot. You know, because that tension from the fusing is going to put um, pressure on the next vertebrae up. So it's really just a temporary fix, and I'm not looking to I'm not looking to get cut on for temporary. You know, I hate surgery, man. Just the act of being put to sleep alone is scary. Putting their balls in my mouth or something. I like how I went from like serious concern to something that just wildly left field. They probably are though. Probably putting all the balls in your mouth when you're asleep. Let's see. I can't find another one to put on here. This is dumb. I don't know, man. I want to do 4 hours a day. I'm approaching 4 hours today, so I might have to wake up for a little bit of time tomorrow. Why? What's up? What are you thinking? Are you getting bored? You got a long ass shift, dude. I was thinking I should probably just try to stream when you just text me when you got a shift. I'll stream just to have you entertained, give you something to do. The biggest problem is my girlfriend when she comes over. Um, I don't like to be streaming when she's here, but other than that, and that's like at nighttime. She leaves at like 11:30, so that's her right there. Even actually, it looks like. Oh no, still she's got another hour. Woo! Two broken discs. Jesus. Got the nerves removed for being. Okay, so they killed the nerves. So you mean so you had a pinched nerve and then they killed that nerve and then now you have are your discs actually fractured like they have a crack in them? That's rough, man. That's rough just to live with, bro. Back pain is no joke, dude. I legit like I'll like pick something about I don't pick things up off the ground anymore, but when I did, I would like I would literally fall to the ground like my legs just shut off. Like because the back like it's weird. They say it's called shearing, so like it's your body's preservation attempt to stop your body or your spinal cord from being damaged and paralyze yourself. But it's crazy, man. Back pain is like I mean I can people doctors say this too. Like I've dealt with like shit. Like the only thing I haven't dealt with pain wise is like being shot. But hey Kyle Cummins, how you doing, boss? Back pain is legit, man. I would rather get shot than deal with back pain. Back pain's like forever, always bad. I'm sorry you have to deal with that, boss. Yeah, and everything that goes through your back, your legs, everything else goes through your spinal cord. So when you have damage to that, it adds up quick, man. And it seems like a slippery slope too. Like once you start with the back problems, you got more and more. How you doing, Kyle? What are you up to, boss? Yeah, yeah. So that's probably it sounds like what you're having as a pinched nerve that gives the ants feeling. Oh, you want to say hi, Bobo? You want to say hi to everyone? Say hi. Just say, my name's Bobo, and I always want attention and don't let Dad play any games. Um, yeah, back pain. like I said earlier when you weren't here, Kyle, like I've never heard a story of somebody who said my back surgery went well. Never heard of it. Like I guess I've heard of people who say their back surgery or their back felt a little better in the beginning after surgery. I've heard that. But it's never like, oh, I had back surgery and now my problems are gone. Never. And if you know someone, feel free to share that story, but I've not met them. I would love to meet them. I would love to meet their surgeon, and I would love to fucking hang out with them and let them cut on me. But as long as, I mean, they told me when I had my kneecap ripped off and they reattached it, they're like, yeah, surgery went 100% perfect. Like, words from the surgeon. My knee is so fucked. Like, if that's perfect, I'm good, dude. I'm good. One pinch and two broken discs. Sucks, but I'll live. I'll be the first to tell you, man. Yeah, back pain gave me a new respect for pain, for sure. Like back pain, like oh, and migraines are another one too because it's so debilitating. Like when you have a legitimate migraine, like I've been throwing up and shitting my pants. Probably shouldn't be sharing this personal stuff on the internet, but like I've had a migraine that's so bad where like I'm like in the bathtub puking and pooping my pants at the same time, and there's nothing you can do about it, dude. It's just so debilitating and so like next level. Like back pain's the same way. Like last night I had to cut the stream early because in my neck, like right here, my back and my neck, it was just I couldn't live. I couldn't look either way, man. Yeah, it'll shut my whole legs will just shut off, bro. Like my arms go tingly, my legs shut off. Sometimes I sit up, I get up out of this chair and like push myself off, and my legs I can't even feel them. Like they're just not there. There's no muscle resistance. There's nothing, and I end up falling flat on my face. But I don't know. The alternative is having someone cut on you. You still have all those same problems, and now you got a giant scar, or and a giant bill on top of it. Okay, dude, you got to stop. You're here. You're hanging out. You can't keep scratching me. Yeah, yeah, because you're dealing in the spinal column too. It's everything. So anything getting pressured on or sheared on in there. And yeah, learning about it too, like that the body has mechanisms to stop that because it's your body's preservation method. That's why your legs shut off. It's to preserve your spinal column. Ong Lei, thank you for the like. You are awesome. Hello, how are you on this beautiful Friday evening? Afternoon. Bro, you gotta stop scratching me. You can get down if you're gonna be crazy. Like he wants attention all the time. And he gets it all the time, just not when I'm playing a game for a little bit. I'm trying to make my life here. Chill. The surgery only works if you keep your back in perfect stance. Yeah, and well, not only that, Kyle, recovery, man. Recovery for after a surgery just to rehabilitate your back muscles and get them to a point where they're back to where their same strength they were before. I mean, like even if you have a bad back, your muscles are still uninhibited and not cut on. They're going through your muscles. Like if I were to come over, is there any requirements that you know of to work like that in America? No. Yeah, I literally hired. I can go on Craigslist right now, or I don't do Craigslist because fuck Craigslist. But I could go on Facebook Marketplace, and that's how I find my employees. I for my nurses, I found both of them that way. They have some programs where like you can go work for a company that staffs for nurses. Um, yeah, so they have staffing agencies where you can go and be one of their people and they can so like for example I get like 40 hours a week to have somebody, but some people only get like 6 hours a week. So like you would go to a company if you wanted to be a full-time caregiver, and you would just say, this is, I believe you have to go to a class. That's the only barrier to entry, Zooey, is that there's a I think, and you get paid for it. So it's not even, they give you bus fare to get there if you need bus fare or Uber money. They pay you $15 an hour to sit in the class and take the class. I believe it's a week-long class for 4 to 5 hours a day, and then you take a test on it, and it's basic shit like, you know, I'm sure you already know. If you're working in the home care field, you already know what is expected. It's just there really is no limits. I could have my girlfriend do it. It's just the stress of having your girlfriend be your nurse as well, you know, for your physical needs is it's quite problematic, or it can be. You know, I work 240 hours this month. That would not be a problem. Jeez Louise. You're only like 3 weeks in. How do you work 240 hours with a week left in the fucking month? That's crazy, dude. What's the wage rate in Sweden? Like, what do you make hourly? Out of curiosity. Seems like if you have to work 240 hours a month, uh, and you're on the third week of the month, like, you're probably not getting very much. Either that or you're rich as shit. Nope, you don't have to do CPR. You don't have to. You go to a CPR class, but you don't have to be CPR certified. Like it's really not even like that because you're not. I can't ask you to like administer my shots and stuff. I mean, I could, and you can if you're qualified to do it. But typically, like I couldn't ask that. But if you're qualified, I could. But like when in my ad, I can't put up an ad that says like I need you to do my shots for me too. Like I can't ask for that because that's like a medical requirement. You can help. You basically would be helping me with like stuff around my house, you know, helping me get to appointments, remember to take my medicine, documenting my, keeping my documents straight, you know, stuff like that. Just kind of like menial shit that I can't do without help. So yeah, 240 hours a month is pretty crazy. In America, normally you work 40 hours a week. Typically is the expected. I mean, if anything over 40 hours is mandatory paid overtime. So meaning overtime in America means that if you're over the 40 hours a week in a fiscal pay period, then any hours over the allotted hours that of 40 would have to be time and a half. So they have to pay you $15 plus um, half of that wage again. So you'd be making 22.50 an hour after the 40 hours. You only make so Yeah, see, with two jobs, it's different. You can't, if you have two separate jobs, only one job at one time can give you overtime. So you can't, like, while Kyle says he has two jobs and works 80 hours a week, um, that overtime only counts for each of those jobs respectively. So um, if he worked 41 hours for one job and 40 hours for the other, then 1 hour would be for overtime. But yeah, it would be cool if Kyle, if you could work 40 hours and then work another job, and then that job would have to pay you time and a half. That would be gravy. When I was able-bodied, I worked three jobs at a time and went to high school and into college actually too. But like I definitely put in my time, man. It's working two jobs is super hard and not a lot of respect you get for it, especially if what the jobs you're doing are like service jobs. I worked in my three jobs were McDonald's. I built bikes at REI, and I worked at Dairy Queen. So I had two people service jobs, and it was plus I had to go to school, man, and it was crazy. I got mad respect for people working multiple jobs. I don't think it's fair that you should have to, but mad respect for people with that work ethic. It takes a certain kind of person to bust out 80 hours a week, man. You got to have a certain drive and work ethic, desire. You want something. Either you want something in terms of like a thing, or you want something in terms of like a better life. You're working for it, and so that's mad respectable. All right, so what you do is pretty much what I do now. I'm gonna be honest and say I'm very interested. Yeah, no, I can give you more information. I can even give you the contact number because I'm technically the boss. I choose who to hire and all that. But I have a liaison I go through that does all the paperwork for me, so I don't actually have to file anything. I would just talk to her, and she would talk to you. And I believe the way that it works is if you have a job set up in the states that you would be able to get here. So you're working for a new PC, right on, boss. Two different pay rates, so that wouldn't work. Yeah, no, but it would be cool. It would be cool to just of course, it's two different pay rates, and that wouldn't work because somebody would getting shafted, paying you twice as much. The other guy's getting a good rate working for just a single. shift hours. What kind of PC you looking for? I just built mine. Kind of middle of the road, but I'm happy with it. I think eventually I'll gift it to my son and then buy myself a really nice one. Piece it together or something. 60 hours a week is the norm around here. Jesus. My memory is correct. I love working. I like helping people and working also. I like money, yeah. I like money. Have you ever seen Idiocracy? I'll pay you $10 million if you help me from the future. I like money though. But like I'll pay you like 10 million. Yeah, yeah, 10 million, Frito. 10 million. I like money. Micro ATX build, nice. Idiocracy, man, is a very funny movie. You should watch it. In fact, if you haven't, everybody should watch it. It's basically where America's headed right now. It's got Luke Wilson in it, Owen Wilson's brother. And it's basically like if all because all the premise is this: all smart people stop having kids because it's a bad time in society to have kids, and all the dumb people keep having more kids because they have nothing to do but sit around and fuck each other. So the idea is that in the very beginning they have a guy named Cleglin or some shit like that, like some really redneck inbred hick name, and like they follow him through high school, and he's like fucking all these bitches, like 10, he's like, I'm gonna fuck all you bitches at the high school football games and stuff. And then it cuts to this other family that's like these straight bread, white bread, applesauce white dudes and a white girl. And they're like, I just think it's such a bad time to have kids right now. It's just not the right climate. And like, you keep cutting to them and like they're eventually like 70 years old, not having kids, talking about how their marriage sucks and shit. But Klegaw's down there having 99 more fucking kids every generation. And eventually the world is out overpopulated by stupid people who are just retarded. And then yeah, and then so this guy, so they find this, the main character is a guy, they find the most average person in the world who has the most average test scores, the most average look, the most average anything, and they freeze him to be a part in the military to like go to the future. And so they have these like this this is all in like the first 10 minutes. I'm not spoilering anything. So they they uh they put him in these cryostasis pods to, and they, so he's the male version of this experiment, and then they have a female version of the experiment where they choose a prostitute. So they go find this pimp named Upgrade, and his name is Upgrade, and it's spelled Upgrayd, Upgrade, and they have to say it like that too. They always call him Upgrade, and the the leader dude of the thing ends up becoming the pimp's friend, and so when they put the prostitute and and oh, the most average guy in the military. Okay, I'm sorry. They put the prostitute in there, and the head of the of the project gets in with the pimp, and so he ends up getting absorbed into all these like scandals and shit over the years. So while these two people are in cryostasis, the military program gets shut down because the guy was, he's like, the pimp's love is, a pimp's love is not like that of the love of a square. Like he's going through like these slideshows presenting his like his case to them, and it's like he gets to a point where he's just flipping through slides of him hanging out with the pimp doing coke and like doing a bunch of drugs and smoking weed and like hanging out with prostitutes and stuff. And so like the head of the dude gets the whole shit shut down, and they end up throwing these two cryostasis things, like they tear down the building, and they end up in like 2099 or something. I think he said 2080 or something, but it shows like this progression over the years. Like Fuddruckers goes from Fuddruckers to Rudfuckers to Buttfuckers. Like there's a few more stages in there, but like slowly like everything devolves into something different. And like Carl's Jr. is like a company where like you get paid every time you say brought to you by Carl's Jr. So like everyone's like, hey, how you doing? Brought to you by Carl's Jr. And then everyone's like not sure is the name of the guy because he fucks up his name. So yeah, they end up naming him Not Sure. He's like, I'm not sure I'm in the right place. And he's like, Okay, not sure. Please acknowledge your name is not sure. And he's like, no, I'm not sure. And he's like, sure is correct. Is not correct. And he's like, no, no, my name is not sure. And he's like, okay, your name is not sure. And he gets tattooed on his arm that his name is not sure. like like everything is so dumb in the future that like it's all and like the Costco greeters say, welcome to Costco, I love you. Welcome to Costco, I love you. Like Costco sells everything. They you can go to college at Costco. Like it's one of the best movies of all time. He's like, yeah, man, I got my degree at Costco. You got to go down towards the to the diploma aisle. And there's like airplanes flying into buildings and shit, and like they just pile up trash like as high as they can, and they literally have garbage avalanches because they just keep piling garbage as high as they can, not doing it. They water plants with Brondo, like Gatorade. Uh, Brondo's the Gatorade of their, and they can't figure out why plants don't grow because it's Brondo, and if people like it, plants should like it because it's what plants crave. Like literally, the tagline of the company is Brondo. It's what plants crave. And then like, and so Not Sure comes in. He's like, hey, I got an idea on how to fix this whole like problem with irrigation and crops. He's like, how about we pour some water on them? And like the whole cabinet, like he ends up at the president's office. And there's like 10 people in the office, like the Department of Treasury and all that. And he was like, you're the smartest man in the world, and you're telling us to put water like out the toilet on our crops. Yeah, and he's like, so why are you giving plants Brondo? And he's like, because electrolytes. He's like, right, but like, why Brondo? It's what plants crave. Like, no, I get it, but like, why Brondo? And then like yeah, like he's saying, that's all they can say is like, it's got electrolytes. And like the CEO of Brondo like comes in, and so the guy's like, okay, guys, I think I figured out this whole like drought problem. Let's put some water on the crops and we'll see if they grow. And they're like, water? Like out the toilet? Like for being the smartest man in the world, you sure are dumb. Like they don't understand it. Like they think water is only for toilets. Like all of their drinking fountains have Brondo. Like oh man, if you've not seen President Camacho's introduction on the State of the Union address, you need to fucking YouTube that right now. His name is President Elizondo Camacho, or man, he's got like 7 names. It's like Dwayne Elizondo Camacho. Uh, he's got like 7 names, and it's Terry Crews with a fucking straight perm press wig on, wearing American striped pants with an American flag shirt, carrying fucking large machine guns in each hands when he comes out. So like when they hit the State of the Union music, it's like fucking Metallica. It's like dun, 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 like people playing heavy riff guitars and shit. And then he comes out with 2 large machine guns, just firing them off in the fucking. Yeah, he walks, or maybe it's just one. Yeah, one huge, large machine gun where he's like firing it off, like blah 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 blah, like putting it by his dick, like it's his dick, and he's like, yeah, bitches, blah 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 blah, just like blowing off, like it's just the most American, like bullshit, crazy shit you'll ever see, and everyone's cheering. Like one of my favorite scenes is they go to court because Not Sure's his time capsule landed. The other guy's name's it's Dax Shepard, and he plays a guy named Frito Bendejo. His name is Frito, like the company Fritos, like the chip. His name is Frito Bendejo. Like that's his full name. And yeah. yeah. Yeah, so he falls his frozen time capsule falls into Frito Bendejo's living room. And so Frito Bendejo takes him to court. And they give him a court-appointed lawyer, and the Not Sure's lawyer goes like, "Okay, Your Honor, I just want to come in here and say," oh no, Frito was his lawyer, right? That's how it went. I think Frito was his lawyer, and he kept telling him like, I didn't do it." And he's like, "But you did it, like, but you did, right?" And he's like, "But I didn't do it on purpose." And he's like, "But like, you did it." Right? And he's like, and then the prosecuting attorney's like, he goes, well, Your Honor, so we got, this is literally like the words that the prosecuting says. He goes, well, like, Your Honor, so we got this guy, like, not sure and junk, and we got some stuff and people that says he did it. So, like, uh, he did it. And the guy, the not sure is like, but I didn't do it. Frito, you got to tell him I didn't do it. And he's like, but, like, the guy said you did it. And he's like, he's literally telling the guy he's supposed to be defending, he's like, the prosecuting attorney said you did it. So, like, why'd you do that? Why'd you take all his stuff? And he's like, Frito, I didn't do that. Like, you got to stick up for me. You got to tell him I didn't do it. He's like, but he said you did it. And the guy's like, look, Your Honor, right? We got all this, like, evidence or whatever that says, like, this guy did it, you know? So, like, I'm asking, you know, guilty. Like, that. He literally says that, and the judge is like, all right, I got it. Looks like you get 1 day, or there might even be the one where he's sentenced to 1 day of rehabilitation. He's like, oh, that's not so bad. 1 day of rehabilitation. I won't spoil what rehabilitation is, but yeah, it's like the most amazing movie ever. The first time I ever saw it when I was a kid, I was on mushrooms, and it's like ingrained into my mind. It's got Justin Long, so he goes to a doctor, and it's Justin Long, and he's like sitting there. He's got his bandana on, and he's got a like real Hawaiian T-shirt, and he's got his feet kicked up on his desk, and not sure comes in, and he goes, hey doc, I need you to make some sense of this. Like I think I was in an army experiment and like something's going on. Like I woke up and everything's real different. Like something's wrong. And he goes, and Justin Long goes, right. No worries, Scro. Uh, he goes, and so by the way, the tattoo that he gets, it's a barcode, and that's how you pay for everything. And so he goes, says here, like, your shit's all fucked up, you talk like a fag, and you're retarded. Like, that's literally what he's trying to diagnose this guy with. And he's like, he goes, no, like, I'm pretty sure I was in some experiment, like, from the government. And he's like, right. Okay, cool. And he's like, sounds like you're tarded. And he goes, no, that's not right. And he goes, don't worry, Scro. My first wife was tarded. She's a pilot now. Plenty of tards out there leading real kick-ass lives. Don't worry about it. Like, that's like the funniest fucking scene in the whole movie. Like, the doctor's just like, plenty of tards out there living real kick-ass lives. And then he's like, all right, now I need you to pay me for my diagnosis. Telling him he's retarded. Like, and he's like, how come, I'm gonna need you to scan your tattoo? And he's like, why come you have no tattoo? Why come you have no tattoo? That was before he was named Not Sure, but then he gets thrown into the, yeah, plenty of tards out there leading real kick-ass lives. My first wife was tarded. She's a pilot now. That's like my favorite line ever. She was tarded. My first wife was tarded. Yeah, I'll send it to you. Send me a message. I'll send you a link to watch it. It is the most like fitting futuristic movie ever. Like the fact that Donald Trump became president, like you know that's how Idiocracy started down that path too. Like they didn't show it, but you know the only way a guy named Dwayne Elizondo Mountain Dew Camacho is his name is literally Mountain Dew. Like his middle name is Mountain Dew. Because it's like you just name your kids after corporations because it's the cool thing to do in that timeline. Yeah, brought to you by Carl's Jr. Yeah, and then everybody always says brought to you by Carl's Jr. He's like, why do you say brought to you by Carl's Jr.? He's like, cause they pay me every time I do. For being the smartest man in the world, you sure are stupid. Like he just says brought to you by Carl's Jr. in the middle of conversations, and Carl's Jr. pays him. Like you can walk up to apparently Carl's Jr. is run out of a vending machine. And like they can take your kids and shit. They're like, you're an unfit parent. Your children will be placed in the custody of Carl's Jr. Like I don't know how they didn't get sued by these companies too. They in the future Starbucks ends up being a prostitution ring. Yeah. So like they're walking down the street and it's like I forgot the word. Like they're using like prostitution terms to talk, but they're using latte as like sex, like a term for sex. Like you can come in and get a frappuccino latte, but it's all like hand jobs and porn. Yeah, easily one of the best movies ever made. Plenty of tards living real kick-ass lives. My first wife was tarded. She's a pilot now, as if it's something you get over. Yeah, yeah. So the prostitute girl, when she comes out in the future, like people are so dumb that like her prostitution skills, like she literally walks up to this guy, is like he's like trying to elicit her for sex, and he goes, "Hey baby, how you doing?" He's got like a stack of money. He goes, can I pay for your services? And she's like, yeah, you can do that. And he goes, all right. And he just like hands her some money. And he goes, okay, cool. When can I get that? And he goes, you're gonna have to wait. And he goes, oh yeah, baby, I can wait so good. And she's like, oh yeah, can you wait for like 5 minutes? And he's like, oh yeah, baby. And he's like, okay. And then he's like paying her to tell him to wait. Like, and he's like with it, like jiving the whole time, sexy talking her, like, and doesn't realize she's just taking his money, like over and over again. She's like, no, go to the ATM and get some more money so you can come back and wait and pay me to wait. Yeah, she just like they're automatically smarter than everybody else, so they're everyone else is just immediately stupid. I guess I don't know. It is great though. Your children will be placed in the custody of Carl's Jr. Fuck you, I'm eating. That's what it literally says. Because the lady can't afford Carl's Jr. She's like, you can't afford a small fry, so it fucking anesthetizes her, like shoots puff of smoke in her face and like knocks her out. And then the Carl's Jr. Kiosk says, "You're an unfit mother. Carl's Jr. feels you're an unfit mother if you can't pay to feed your kids Carl's Jr." And then your children will be placed in the custody of Carl's Jr. and something something. And it's like they're just taking people's kids because they can't afford Carl's Jr. Like you can't afford it, so you can't have a kid, man. You just can't. If you can't buy Carl's Jr. for your kid, you're an unfit parent, and your children will be placed in the custody of Carl's Jr. Fuck you, I'm eating. Invasion missions. That's like what I'm trying to find is an invasion mission. Infestation mission. Interception. Exterminate. I don't see invasion anywhere. Fuck you, I'm eating. I guess let's do this one. Oh, okay. Invasion is attack. I've no. So Kyle, you play Warframe, yeah? That's cool. You higher level or? Yeah, I'll look at it again in a second because I had to do a couple of these to still too. I think I need 3 of these mobile defense. Add me up, dude, if you play. I don't have many friends on this because I just kind of started playing because a real life friend of mine started and been playing it for a while ever since. And dang, so yeah, you're probably a bit farther than me. I put a little money into it, but not much. I usually just buy platinum when I can get the discounted one. Like I have a 60% off discount plat that I'm probably gonna buy once I get paid. But I usually use them for Orokin reactors and stuff, so I don't have to wait to upgrade my stuff if I want to keep it. Oh shit, that sucks. You know that you can transfer your account to any other console one time, yeah? Or did you already use that as well? At least that's what I read. I read that you can do that because I was looking to start it on Switch, and it said that if you can switch your account anytime to any other platform one time. And so like if I switch now, basically if anything I find after that won't be transferred unless I play it on that other platform. So I think that if you were able to you made a new one, you have a good Xbox account. I think we can cross platform, can't we? Can't we play cross platform? You on Xbox, me on PC? Or I might be playing too much Call of Duty. Oh, whoops. Yeah, that sucks then. I'm sorry. Yeah, I hate these because they become immune to attacks. I forgot that before I started killing it, and I should have hit it with something else. Yeah, hit it with this shitty weapon and then get it immune to that. Damn it. PC is a month ahead of console, is it? Operator? I have my operator, but not very high level, like the Tenno. Oh, wait. Hey, good thinking, though. It is a different kind of damage. They just roast me again. Yeah, I need to... I need to level up my Tenno and my Railjack. Died a lot of times right there. Let's see how I can message you and I'll send. Okay, give me just a second. I kind of got the gist of what you're saying there. I only have like 2 more deaths that I can have before I lose this whole mission, so I kind of got to focus for this point for a second. Or 15 of them. Damn it. Yeah, it's bugged in the floor. Shit, I gotta do another one? I'm not gonna be able to do this. I didn't pick the right loadout. I'm gonna die here. Stuck in a fucking wall. I guess I probably can do it. I just have to be a little better. More fluid than I was that last time. Yeah, absolutely. I can do that in just a minute. Just make sure we. I might have to send you my my other info. I will though, for sure. Okay, I'll send you my email or something else so we can keep in touch and so I can get some more details on info. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Good point. Yeah, I forgot this one can go invisible too. That's how I got. I have a couple of ribbons that I have to crack before. And I forgot that I can just do this. Especially as long as you're using a bow, you can just do this all day. Oh, no penetration. That sucks. Should have went through that guy. Oh my! Now it's gonna die. Okay, get out of here. We gotta. I'm back. Come kill me now, guys. I should have used limbo. Limbo would have made this like cakewalk. Didn't realize. I mean, I guess I knew I was doing mobile defense. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Starting to get some energy back on it at least. Shields. Ah, shit, wrong direction. Gonna be close. Boom. Gotcha, bitch. Yeah, good call on that invis, man. I'm not used to using Ivara. That's like, I forgot that you can even shoot when you're invisible because I am a retard. Tarded. I'm tarded. Like his first wife. But yeah, that's how I got a Riven I got to pop because of that too. I just got to figure out which level I got to do it on. Make sure that I can spawn in with all the stuff that I need. Make a whole silent set actually is probably what I should do to pop that Riven. I think I have 2 Rivens. That's what I'm trying to do, honestly, Kyle. I can't choose either. There are a few of them. Like I love Mesa. I like Limbo for certain things. I like Titania for certain things. I like Inaros for other things. Um, there are a lot. I try to put into the ones that I like at least a decent amount of time and effort. Ah, come on. I love this Redeemer Prime though, man. The Redeemer Prime and then the blade that the other gun blade they came out with is like my 2 favorite melee weapons by a lot. Like being able to never have to reload your gun is awesome. Yeah, the I was pretty lucky the other day when I was on. I saw on the market that they had a really big sale on like a bunch of frames. Like there was maybe 50 plat for each for I got Oberon Prime, I got Ivara Prime, but I already had 3 out of the 4 mats for Ivara, so that one doesn't really count as much, I guess. Yeah, they were, but I got it. Oh shit, they can see me now. Whoops. Jump off the cliff. Dude, why did it not duck right there? Okay, duck, jump. There you go. Gonna get me killed on some bullshit. I'm like super surprised that this stream went this well. This is the best stream I've ever had for Warframe. I didn't stream a lot, Warframe a lot because the lack of audience I had, but today is like more productive. I probably got over 1,000 views on this video. Get the Fullman that is like an arch gun by the reload mechanics. I'm pretty sure I have a Fullman. Is that the flamethrower one? I have a bunch of stuff. I've been playing a little while. I think I'm still missing maybe like 10% of a couple of the guns. Let's see, I guess Neurodes. I need to make some more Formas too. Let's see. Forma, you said. Oh wait. Fullman. F-U-L. Yeah, see, I got a Fullman. Oh, I didn't realize it was silent though. That's awesome. Hey, that's really cool. I don't think I even, yeah, I didn't upgrade it. You like this one? Send it on my Twitch email. All right, man. Thank you, Ziwi. If you got to bounce out, man, I appreciate you stopping by and chatting with me and spending some time, man. Uh, I will get back to you as soon as I cut this stream, though. I'm gonna get some food and then I'll get back. I'll address all my messages. Um, Kyle, you like this one? You think I should put some formas into it?
Because I mean, I can catalyst it and then polarize if I need to. I like the idea. I like bows. I like the damage that this. I have not Paris Prime. It's another Prime though. Zooge is pretty cool too, as like an automatic bow. Cause there was another bow that I was using. I don't think it was Mutalist either. Yeah, maybe it was. I think it was Mutalist Cernos that I was using for my bow because it has auto poison damage and stuff. This is what I normally use for my silent setup. So let's do this. Do you happen to know? So if I show you the ribbon that I have that I need to pop, can you tell me what level I would need to go to be able to pop it in there? These all look alarming here. Silent. There we go. Oh wait, we go in here. So this one right here. This is the one because I got Ivara specifically for this one. Um, no, Cernos couldn't have been the one that I was using either because it doesn't have any. It must be Paris Prime. I know that I had a bow that I was gearing up though to be. Yeah, Paris Prime has 5 on them, so that must have been it. Um, this one right here, Rifle Ribbon. So, or maybe it's just any extermination mission. Yeah, is that what they mean? I'd have to pull something off here. Critical damage, toxin. Let's do multi-shot. But nah, man, I got some time. I just wanted to get that done real quick. Might be late to answering me and stuff because of time difference, but it's 2:07. Yeah, man, no worries. I understand. A lot of people I talk to and mess with are on a time. All right, so let's see if we can. Hopefully, I'll be able to do this. I've never popped a Riven yet, so this will be my first time popping my Riven cherry. Oh, I need to get that continuity up. I didn't realize it was so low. Need all the. What are they called? Hmm, forget what they're called, upgrade mods, but I know the answer. I do. I have Sarin Prime. Why? See? He's got hooves? Oh no, look like hooves. He got clippity clop hooves. I I don't really know how to use Sarin effectively. That's something I'm gonna have to like watch a video on it or something. Is this using organ shatter anywhere? Critical damage, critical chance. Yeah, 52 crit chance. You're gonna need some of that amalgam organ shatter. Oh, you use Sarin. So you just put up. See, so I don't get Sarin enough. Like I don't know enough about him. So my thought was just to go in, pump up my ability to have or to be stealth, and then hopefully I can keep up my ability. Augur message. We need to get that one in there too. Wait, no, duration is not for stealth, is it? No, because that would be drain. I guess let's try this. We pull that off.
17.5 and 0.52. Okay, so the drain per second goes down. That's probably going to be important. Let's see if there's any other duration. And I guess in theory I could take off my vitality, because if I can keep my stealth up, I don't need life, I think. So we got continuity. Oh no, primed. Okay, never mind. Yeah, okay, I don't have any other durations, I guess. So what else would be something to add? So duration. Does efficiency change it? It should be the drain, 0.44. Where is it? Here we go. So, yeah, okay. So efficiency, let's try that one now. That's streamline, quick thinking, drains energy to stop lethal damage, increase double jump, 33 chance for coming in to stop airborne. Get 230 strength and some range and spam fourth ability for Sauron. Yeah, I'll have to watch a video about it later just to get kind of an idea. I have played him a little bit, or her, just to kind of get an idea of the. Um, okay, so I'm gonna need that. We'll bring my energy back up. Let's see. I'm trying to do this like so I can be stealth from beginning of the mission to the end of the mission. We'll do run. That's probably gonna help. And I don't think range matters. Oh wait, just to loot. That's not important. Shield recharge. Rage. And streamline, yeah. I don't have Loki. That's like one of the only. Loki and Rhino are the only two like big frames that I don't have yet. I'm not even sure how to farm either of them yet, but I'm working on it. I think I'm gonna have to just rock with this, and I'll put redirection or vitality back on. Oh wow, really? All right, so this should keep me stealth from start to finish. We'll see. And I guess in theory I can do a lower level execution. Is execution? Extermination. There we go. Well, for Ivara, you only need efficiency for her and Biz. Yeah, yeah, that was my thought. So efficiency and then duration also helped. So those two are the only ones that seem to improve the stealth duration. So let's oh, all right. Fucked up right away by walking up and using a non-stealth weapon. Dude. So you can't sprint or anything? You have to slow walk around everywhere, huh? So I want to restart this one already. Oh, 30 plus, right? Yeah, sorry. You good. See, I wasn't restarting it. I just knew that I went to the wrong mission. Oh, I need to do a dab real quick. Let me see. Oh, and I think because so if I wait too, I should be able to let my energy go up because I have the so let's see, maybe this one. We're still not at 30. Saturn. Okay. No, looks like Saturn's not high enough either. Tenno void mode. Oh, see, I've not gone far enough into the Tenno tree. Like I don't know much about how to do the Tenno thing. I just kind of just get by. We're gonna do one of these ones. Exterminate. This one will be the one. I need to use the restroom real quick. Sorry.
Hey, thanks, Kyle. Appreciate the follow, man. That's okay. So let's see. Crouch in Tenno form. Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess I knew that. Let me go over here a little bit just so I don't botch this right away. Um, I'm a little saddened by the fact that so you sold your previous account. Is that what you were saying, or it got stolen? I didn't realize you can sell an account, but I mean, I guess in a game like this where you invest money, it's like World of Warcraft. So, but I guess World of Warcraft you weren't supposed to sell things in theory, but you know, should to an extent be your stuff to sell if you want to sell it. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna take a dab real quick while this while my energy is going up a little bit, because I'm pretty sure once I start killing them, I need to have a good solid oh, one was stolen and one was sold. So I need to have a good solid beginning so that once I start draining that I can, if I don't have a good drop rate on energy bob bules or whatever they're called, that I'll still be able to. Yeah, you hear about the alien news from Ireland? What's up, buddy? Um, this is we're 4 hours in, almost 5 hours, but I can tell you I will talk about aliens anytime, man. So what happened is the Pentagon released information. This is the second announcement they've made in the past few months. Where the first announcement was that they had confirmation that absolutely yes, that the first confirmation was from the Air Force, not the Pentagon. Um, and I have Equinox as well, but she's not. She's low ranked. So what it started as the government confirming that the um, what is it called when you have two aircraft doing like maneuvers. So there's this one really famous incident where a pilot. Oh, are you kidding me? That's fucking stupid. So basically, they confirmed that this pilot had an encounter with a non-terrestrial vehicle, meaning that they confirmed that this vehicle was making. I don't think they're doing a press conference about it, man. I don't think they are. They're making it real low, like. Um, so there was one today. So they just did it like a small announcement. So I can link. I'll add the link into the description. This is a way better spot to start. That other one was dumb. It like put me on the fucking floor right next to where everything patrols. Um, so basically, this really famous dog fighting air pilot got into a pretty. It was all recorded, and what they were following was another aircraft that was flying at Mach 9, and so at Mach 9 in one direction, it would then turn a 90-degree angle and take a left. And that's not physically possible under my Equinox is level 0 though. Okay, so then basically what happened then today is the Pentagon released a handful of papers that acknowledged that these crafts that they previously said to exist. So David and whomever uh, they confirmed that the operators of those vehicles are extraterrestrial and not from this earth, and that the vehicles were not manufactured on this earth. So that was the press release today. I'm not sure if it's like a press release or how official it was, but it was from the Pentagon, um, and it was basically they're confirming that the UFOs that were seen in previous encounters by other airmen were all they either called them UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon, or UFOs, obviously unidentified flying object. Um, yeah, this is the perfect year for this. Yeah, it's like the one time this is like oh it fits right in, and more crazy shit is happening than what is like just fits right in with the rest of what's going on. But yeah, that they're not from this earth. That the all the crafts that were released via the Air Force, that the Pentagon has, with whatever belief or evidence they have, they haven't disclosed what evidence that is, but with what evidence they have that these crafts do not originate from Earth. So they've acknowledged the crafts. They've acknowledged that their maneuvers are out of our realm of physical possibilities, which basically means they have control over gravity. That's the only reason why they don't end up painting the inside of their spaceships with their bodies when they turn at Mach 9, 90-degree turn. So that's, you'd have to be able to stop gravity in that machine to be able to do those types of maneuvers. So um, scientifically speaking, there's no explanation for these crafts from Earth. So they acknowledge that they are not terrestrial vehicles, as in like they did not originate from Earth. Was their quote. Well, in regards to what? I think they could be bullshitting. I think it could be fake. But if I'm to assume that it's real, and I'm to assume that it's true, and they're just kind of sweeping it under the rug a little bit, like I said earlier, I think that a spacefaring race, we have nothing to fear from. If you're an interstellar traveling race where you've learned to master gravity and stop looking at the borders of countries and using that as an opportunity to kill other people or hurt other people or degrade other people, we have to look at it's, I don't remember the term of it, but it's first world or first, I forgot. Basically, we're harnessing like 0%, 0.1% of the Earth's energy, either thermodynamic energy or fossil energy or solar energy. We're very bad at harnessing the energy available to us. A species that was using that's able to travel from star system to star system has to have an understanding of these other things, like harnessing enough energy to get, yeah, endothermic, all sorts of energy. We could put, things to capture gases and the Earth's heat. We're not doing, basically these people, these other races are, they have to know how to manage and harness the energy of their star system or their Earth. So to get off Earth as a like a spacefaring race, we as a human race would have to come together and put aside all differences to say we as the human race are living on a planet that has a finite amount of resources. And if we want to use these resources to the best of our civilization's capabilities, we have to learn to harness these, stop fighting each other, and learn that the problem in the universe is not whether that guy's Russian or American, if that's democracy or a dictatorship. The concern is how do we survive as a human race, And we as humans, I don't know if it's because we're so stupid or we're low on again, I was thinking primitive thinking, we think that a spacefaring race like that is going to come here and look at us like we would ants, but that's unrealistic because ants, we're you cannot be primitive minded and become spacefaring and at the same time. Spacefaring meaning you no longer require your first Earth to maintain your civilization. So meaning that you can go out from your Earth and then you're independent. You can harness stars, you can harness asteroids. You're not going back to that Earth. You don't have a home base there. So by spacefaring, it's like that. We are technically spacefaring in the terms that thanks, man. We're technically spacefaring in the sense that we can get to space, but there's such a large gap between being getting to space and surviving in space without any need for Earth. There's just a huge gap. And so if we're going to another solar system, another star system, you have to be independent. You have to be able to have all Russian, all forms of your race or species in that thing with the same goal. And I got to tell you, it doesn't ring sensible to me for to think that their goal is to become spacefaring and independent to go around and kill other things that they don't understand. I think that's a really, really primitive or probe. I mean, like, you're going to tell me, I said this earlier too, so I'm sorry for anybody who's still here, but you're going to tell me that uh, a, 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 a race of things, a species of people are going to go through all the effort and the years and years of, hundreds of years, thousands of years it takes to become a spacefaring race where you're independently um, operating in space, and their motive to do that is to go stick things in people's butts. So you can manage to harness star systems. You can manage to harness the energy from you've developed out of fossil fuels. You're no longer using uh, mass propulsion ejectors to get around jet engines, but you're still going to use anal probes. It just doesn't make sense, man. So like my thought is if you're that advanced in the science of spacefaring and harnessing stars and all that, you had medical technology had to have come that way too, right? I mean, to assume that they're medical, like they're super intelligent, super smart, capable of interstellar travel, all that, but they're still wondering what human insides of humans look like. That's just dumb. That's just really dumb. To say that that's like the application that they would use to when they get here after mastering mathematics and space and time and gravity and space time, and their thought is let me put this up your butt. That just that's just dumb. They're probably beyond the science of even doing like. Why would a government add another layer of panic on people while we have a pandemic? Why now if we had this shit for years? Something stinks about all this. Yeah. Um that's what I'm saying. Like I don't know if it's real, but the implications if it is real are enormous. And for as smart as a guy as Stephen Hawking was, the guy was really dumb to apply such a primitive mindset and higher or lower level of thinking to a species that would very clearly have to be a higher level of thinking, to even begin to sniff the ideas that they would have had to get here from another star system, and they're just interested in killing us like we would ants. I don't know anybody who walks around and just fucking stomps on ants because they don't speak English. Like that's not how that works. You just don't try to communicate with them because they don't speak English. But if a human, it doesn't mean that humans aren't out. I bet you that there's a human out there somewhere that is studying ants that thinks there might be a way that we can communicate and speak ant. Just because ants don't speak English doesn't mean they can't communicate to each other. We just don't have the signal or the ability to pick that up right now, which is also crazy. We use radio waves to communicate because everything picks up radio waves. Like we're basically like broadcasting our existence to the whole universe and acting like we should be scared when somebody picks that up with a fucking antenna, you know? It's crazy. I mean, I would think that if you're an intelligent race, at least you would wonder what you would wonder what's up with these people. They're humans, they're different, they're bipedal, weird, carbon-based life forms. You're going to study them, not with a fucking anal probe. You're more interested in their culture. The biology of a human to an alien species like that would be very 1 + 1 = 2. You have two legs, bipedal. I mean, it's 1 + 1 = 2 to us as humans. So they're smarter than us, and to assume that they would be confused by our biology or our genetic makeup or anything, or even inquisitive of it is crazy. I think they would be more inquisitive of our culture and our weird social need to divide everybody, by race or color or location. I think that would be way more interesting to these people than. Oh, that was a lot of damage. Um, than putting stuff up their butt. It just seems ridiculous. It seems like a really, 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 really low level to think on that aliens are gonna like advanced species. It's like that's a human machination, Like you don't normal creatures don't go probing other creatures. Yeah, I don't like the idea of entertaining it being fake. Although I do recognize the chances that it can be. I'd like to think that it's real, I definitely want it to be real. But to what degree, I'm not sure. Because you're right. I mean, maybe it got to a point. I mean, you make a great point. Why now? You know, and maybe it got to a point where they couldn't keep it under wraps any longer because of the way things have gone. But maybe it also is just a way to, you know, distract. What's it called? For the masses. Circus. Gosh, dang it! I know the word for this. Circus, fair circus. I don't know. I know the word. Basically, running around the circles to keep you worried about something else, so that you're not looking at what's really happening. You know, it's complacency, passive complacency. This ET is so smart to travel interstellar, but stupid enough to crash or get caught by human tech. So my thought is even if you're smart, right, malfunctions happen. So I don't put it past anything. Science is science, you know. Even the like, think of the most like, what's the most tried and true mechanism, the most reliable thing that a human has ever made mechanically? Um, certainly not cars. Um, you can take anything, and again, maybe it's because we're humans and humans are fallible, and that's what's going on. But everything that a human has ever made at one point, even the most perfect human, it's going to break. It's going to malfunction. It's going to have problems. It might, you know. So I'm under the impression that the reason why these are so scarce, and I think a better point to me to make would be like, if they're so smart, why would they allow themselves to be seen, right? Videotaped? Because again, we're using a very primitive technology in radio wave communication that is very easily, like, you start recording your phone on your phone to a web, you know, to stream, you know, outside because you're looking up at the sky. Well, you see a UFO there. The UFO there, I'm almost positive, would have the technology to know whether or not you were recording them, right? I mean, the fucking Thunderbirds back in like 1942 had technology to know whether or not somebody was staring at their ship. So, I just imagine that they have. So why? Yeah, why would you? Why, if they are real and they're not government machines and they are from another, you have the ability to remain undetected virtually. Although there are some times where you see them and they're like infrared or something. Those are really interesting because an intelligent race would assume that, you know, the light spectrum that humans see on, you know, would be realistic. You could hide from them just by changing your infrared uh, light signature. So the human eye is very easy to trick on a scientific level with colors and refraction and stuff. So it is not unreasonable to think that accidentally things have taken place. Um, but like where maybe they crashed on accident or they, I mean, they can't all be smart too, right? I mean, you got to have one clique or, you know, fucking Frito Bendejo amongst all of them. What are the chances like a civilization, everyone in it is like the smartest, you know? But maybe it's also like they only let people, you know, like maybe their social system is and their schools are built to not let people be stupid, you know? So some things are just, I don't know, man. I need more. All I've been saying this whole stream is I need a little bit more. I would like to know, you know, what do they know about the creatures? Because if they know there's people piloting these, then you got to know a little more about them. I'm not sure where this is fucking telling me to go, but I like can't move very much without. I would like to know more. I would like a little more detail in regards to what it actually means in terms of like what they have, because that is where like the implications behind them existing mean a lot, but what means even more is like, and I think that's maybe why they're straying from saying certain things, because once you say like, oh, we've talked to them, or like we've interacted, or we've had FaceTime, like then it's not like, oh, we know about them. It's like we've interacted and worked with them, and like it's much more than just we know of their existence. You know, like to try to say you don't know of somebody's existence when you've, you know, traded secrets with them, it would be, it's a hard thing to claim. But it sounds like the government's trying to remove themselves from a position of having to say like they worked with them in any capacity. Cool theory to think about. The church is so powerful in government. Yep, that's what I was saying earlier. Cultures, certain cultures are built to believe so much in God, or the religious faculties of what it makes up. I need to find my fucking way out of here. That the implication of life outside of the earth threatens their view of religion, and I think that's where I need to go. And I think that's why you have religious powers and stuff, and governments that are so against it, because it threatens the overall power and control that somebody would have. Because, like I was saying earlier, if one country had the ability to manipulate gravity, that would make them 100% the world power, no matter what. You could give that to fucking Cambodia. Give Cambodia, if aliens came down and gave Cambodia or some other third world nation the technology to manipulate gravity, like, you're talking about making a third world nation into a first world the leader of the free worlds, like, and by virtue of just having that technology, because no one can stop them. And so as long as we live in a world where we draw lines based on location and kill people based on them living in a different location than us, I don't think that any technology like that is a good idea to share with anyone, because the first country who gets it is going to use that as military superiority against the rest of the world. And then I mean, I think that's the biggest problem, is you're trusting the human condition with the idea of endless power. You know, I don't even understand like how any human, like any human given that power would abuse it. I'm almost sure of it. You can have the most earnest, nicest, most well-meaning person, but you give them absolute control, it's the gloves are off, man. And I think that's why you don't see um I would think from an alien perspective that they would have to understand what their giving technology to one country would would do to everybody else by proxy, just based on the human condition. So like, even if they thought like Einstein, nicest dude ever, or Stephen Hawking, nicest guy ever, we can give him this technology so that he can help Earthlings get to the point where they can become a spacefaring race. That's going to be used for an article of war. It just will be. That's the history of humans. Sadly. I mean, literally the history of humans. With the exception of some Geneva Conventions, as far as things being um, invented, they always find an application for war. They always do. I think Ishii could get this COVID shit sorted. We can get the pubs open. Yeah, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, medically, they probably have the answer to COVID. Um, or maybe they're the ones who started COVID. Shit, who knows, man? But realistically, like, it's got to be a good thing that we would interact with them for us on an individual level. Obviously, not the powers to be, or the 1% or the people with all the money, or that want to keep this hierarchy intact. It won't be good for them, but for everyone else, I see lots of pros. And you know what? I could be 1,000% wrong, man, and aliens can just be like, fuck it, and hate everybody and not have any sort of like higher level thinking. But uh, I would walk up to an alien spaceship with this in mind, and feel I'd be scared as shit, but I'd be confident in my assumption that that intelligence breeds breeds intelligence. Like, you're not gonna go that far in your culture's growth, and uh, how you come as a society, and then have violence permeate all of it. It's just not like most violent. I mean, almost all violent regimes, and I think almost all of them have, exception of America.
And I mean, yeah. So I was gonna say, you know, all violent regimes eventually come to a point where they can't keep doing the same business the same way. It eventually catches up with them, always. Again, with the exception of America. Yeah, we seem to get away with doing whatever the fuck we want. Dude, I gotta stop missing. I gotta find more arrows. I got 27 arrows left. 17 more to go. Okay. I have 17 more guys to kill. In this slow ass, plodding, methodical pace. I'll have to watch a video of somebody doing this faster. This is my first Riven though, so slow and steady wins the race, I guess. Oh shit. Oh dude, I sprinted and I I almost lost right there, dude. That would have made me so upset. I ain't even playing. I'm out of here. Hope you don't mind me saying the U.S. seems to be in a bad place with all the civil. Dude, I don't mind you saying that at all, bro. All you're doing is stating the truth. So I ain't mad at it. I wish our cops didn't kill people that without due process. So we got it all effed up, man. The way we treat people, the way the cops treat people. They're supposed to be civil servants, dude. And that's why you have the civil unrest. Is because cops think that they are. I mean, you have more strict rules of engagement in a war zone during times of war in a theater of war. You have more rules to open fire and discharge your weapon than you do as a police officer on the streets of your own in your own country, in your own state, in your own city. Um, you can, if you feel threatened as a police officer, you can. You know what you can't do when you're at war in another country and you're searching people's houses who are suspected terrorists and probably have weapons and probably want to kill you, almost certainly, because you're in there. You can't just shoot them. You can't do that. That is, there are rules, and if you did, you would go to prison. So I have a problem when we live in a country that says that that's in a field of war. There's an order of operations to being able to legally execute somebody, and now you're telling me that on your own streets of your own. What did I hobble? Oh, I didn't fucking equip the dragon key, dude. Are you serious? Yeah, because the dragon key gives you one of the mods. Fuck. God damn it, Kyle. It's all your fault. You didn't even tell me I didn't have the dragon key equipped. Fuck, man. Hobbled dragon key. Fuck off. Well, guess we gotta do that one again. Fuck. Let's see if I can. So I can jump, but I can't sprint. So let's see what else I can put on here that. I come to the east coast of Ireland and learn how to relax. No, dude, I do. I need to travel, man. I need to learn how to relax. That's something I don't know how to do. I've been on edge my whole life, man. So I do need to learn how to relax. I need to take a vacation, and I would love to go to Ireland, bro. I'm about to sell my house. I've been looking at places all over. You can buy like a castle in Ireland for like 100 grand.
I'm about to do that shit, except for I know the internet connection would suck in a castle. I'd have to get like the internet service providers to come out and hook my castle up with power and fucking internet. I'm gonna need you to hook my castle up, dudes. Might as well do that. So what's the Exilus ones we can add? So we're not bullet jumping or anything. And rush would be, no, it's sprint speed. I don't think there's a walk speed increase. Mobilize, bullet jump. How do castles work out there, dude? Mythic? How you ever been to like an old time castle and shit? And, like got to walk around them and stuff? Being out in Ireland, that sounds like you should be doing that. Let's try this again now, I fucking guess. Oh wait, I don't want this one. I need a quiet weapon. That's what I was gonna do. Just in case I actually run out of bullets for my bow. Alarming, alarming. That's gonna be alarming. Here we go. This is gonna be silent. So I remember those were bombs. Like, I don't know how they're silent. They literally explode, but not a lot of silent weapons. Here's Bolto. Oh yeah, Ballistica. So we got like Ballistica and Talons and Spira. Those are like the only alternatives for silent weapons that I own. Are there any like I don't know if Kyle, are you still here by chance, boss? Three kids, mortgage, and full time job. No time for castles. Shit, man, take the kids to the castles. Yeah, that is a lot though. I got a kid, a mortgage, and I'm disabled, so I feel it, man. Especially if you had to work a job all the time. Being on somebody else's time always sucks. I hate asking people how their day is when they're at work, because I mean you almost inevitably have to say it sucks. Hey Z, have a good one, bro. It was really nice to get to meet you and talk to you and getting to dork around with you a little bit. Thanks for stopping by, man. Like I said, it means a lot, and you're good people. So thanks for kicking it. This is probably the most fun stream I've had in a long time. So really appreciate everyone who made that a possibility. Take care of yourself, and I'll respond back to you as soon as possible, and I'll get you any sort of documents that I can find in terms of there's not a lot of paperwork, but I can give you the phone number to my gal who does all my paperwork, and you can talk to her about what the expectations are or whatever you want. So I can do all that for you, no problem, man. I might even hit 2,000 views this stream. That's crazy. This was a really good stream. Oh shit, what am I doing, dude? Keep forgetting what I'm doing. I need to. God damn it. Keep spawning me in these bad spots. That last one, not the last one, but the one before that, that was like perfect. But I didn't have the damn key on, of course. So you know. A bit expensive the phone bill. Talk to you through message and we'll work it out, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah, I can figure out the email situation too. It would be totally up to you and what you wanted to do with your life and where you want to take it, but the opportunity's there if you want it. Got it. I'm just so you guys know, I'm gonna sit here for a second and let my energy charge up a little bit, so I'm not
blindsided and get unstealthed in the middle of my mission. So I think I should be good if I just stay here. Oh, nope. Like, I need a place to hide then. Or this map isn't it. Because, like, I think I'm in a circle that's just gonna keep going. And I shouldn't have hit that. Alright, take care, Zooey. Nice to meet you, boss. Thanks for hanging out, man. We got 138 to go. I don't see anyone else on the radar that should be popping up. I think push this use flow disclosure on your streams and your numbers will pop off. That's why I rapped. Hey, yeah, interesting. Um, yeah, I thought I was thinking maybe what I'll do is I do the post. So originally when I started this, I started it because I look like Post Malone. Like everywhere I go, people are like, "Oh my God, are you Post Malone?" And I'm like, "No, I'm not." And they're like, "Yeah, you are." And it's literally like, I mean, if I go outside, it would happen to me literally once a day. Where I go into a building, security guard, are you? They'll like literally stop, like they're starstruck, and I don't get it, right? Because I didn't know who this dude was. Um, they're like starstruck, and I'm like, no. At first, at some point, I've been kind of ugly my whole life, and I've accepted it, cool, whatever. Or I'm like weird looking, I'm a toe. And then this dude gets famous, and now everyone's saying I look like him. And it's kind of weird because like I kind of got used to the fact that people are saying I'm ugly. Now people say like Post Malone looks like a homeless, drug addict or whatever, like so it's almost an insult. But I was gonna try to use that marketing, and so I bought a bunch of fake tattoos to put on my face to do streams for, and they weren't consistent, so I couldn't find consistent. And then I was like, I'm gonna go to a henna place and have them just do henna on my face. But yeah, man, take care. But yeah, I should do something. Gotta get a niche to keep the views up. I think I'm gonna probably pop off at 200 energy just so that I'm an even number. It was nice to meet you, Mythic. Thank you for coming by, man. Yeah, YouTube rabbit hole for UFO shit. Yeah, interesting. I think a lot of my views came from YouTube today. I don't normally push my YouTube channel. I'm usually on Facebook streaming. So, now why is my energy not going up? Oh my god, it changed. Did it change my fucking? Yeah, YouTube boss. Take care and be safe, man. This is so much slower. And I can't hit shift. If I do, yeah, D. Let's see if I can like figure this out another way. So we'll hit this. Boom. Boom. Yeah. So that if they see me at all, it looks like. So let's abort. And I don't think I have my mana recovery on. Because I think I hit auto fill and it took it off. I do. Warframe. Why wasn't it regenerating energy? That doesn't make any sense to me. How is there no movement increase? Speed, natural talent, casting speed, sprint speed, dashing grants bullet speed, jump speed, no walk speed. I need walk speed. Shit. It's a bit difficult. It'll take me a minute or two. Hopefully it puts me in a spot where I can... Nope. There we go. So I'm wondering if I can just stay hidden. Dude, this is so slow. Where are you, bud? Gotcha. Oh shit, I'm like running out again. Oh, really? Okay, so I guess they can see you from any distance. Trying to understand how he said do it with Sarin Prime. Not quite sure how that would happen. Either way, you're kind of energy dependent. The movement speed sucks. Complete horseshit. Oh shit, awesome. So it like nerfs your jump height too, quite a bit. Got 40 seconds. 30 seconds. Actually, it's not quite a second on those. think I cleared everybody down here. Alright. Looks like I'm getting about 1 energy a second. So provided I pay attention and I don't get caught up, it should be doable. Looks like they're kind of respawning in here too. Just have to make sure I pay attention if they come towards me. Right now it looks like they're under me, so as they patrol it's gonna be they shouldn't come in unless they come in and turn around, then they would see me. Yeah, I don't know, that recharge rate seems a little slow. Sorry to those who just dropped in. We're taking a little bit of a dab break. We're trying to pop this Riven, for those who know what Warframe is, but I need to let my energy come back a little bit, and I need a dab break, so be gone for about another minute or two, finishing this, and then we'll get back into popping this Riven. Hopefully, if I don't screw it up somehow. Still my first Riven to pop too, so I'm hoping it's something good. Beginner's luck. Man, that delay is pretty slow though. 107 now and it's not moving. It doesn't say it only regenerates my energy to a point. Oh my god. Thought I just screwed myself over. I almost did. Where are you at, guys? Come on. So I think I have to hit every shot. Because if I miss... Shit, it scared me. Alright, it's coming back. But I feel like they're gonna pop through the door. Let's see what we can do. This dragon key that I'm holding reduces my speed by like 90%. Dude, what? What? Okay. So that's a huge decrease. Gotta get over here now. None of these are dropping any energy either, so that's unfortunate. died again. Getting really bad energy drops. Normally, if they drop energy, I can keep going, but I don't know enough about how to maneuver through stealth in this game to keep myself hidden. So this is the best alternative I have. Not sure what that red mark means. Not quite sure what it'll put me at if I pop it off. I think it's like 20 to cast, so I'd have about 40 seconds to kill. So I really hope these guys start dropping some energy packs. Sounded like something just spawned in there. Give me stuff. So slow. Hey, there's an energy at least. Damn it. Hey, 250 energy though. What's up? Come on. Go, 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 go. There we go, baby. Hook it up. It's got a little bit of punch through still. That's like one of my favorite things is punch through, where you can go through and hit them with damage anyways. Still a 275. We coming through. I gotta start throwing these daggers because I don't have many arrows. I'm gonna run out. Here comes the hot stepper. Murderer. He's a lyrical gangster. Murderer. So I'm pretty sure if I hit shift right now and just run, it's gonna, um, it takes more energy than to just walk there. I don't know, it depends on the seconds, I guess. So we're up to 210. I just have to be real keen on that radar or else I'm gonna end up getting screwed. Dang, 650 meters to the next bad guy? That's kind of a trip. No energies. No energies. Oh, there was some in there. Ooh. His hat flew off. Knocked your hat off. Hey, energy. See if we can get up here. Oh shit. I think that's a dude that turns off your skills. Be like the worst fucking time to find that right now. Oh shit, it is. Get out of here. I thought that was a guy walking. No, just pinned to the wall. Nice. We got a good energy flow here. Let's get down here. Wow. Arrows flying out of thin air. Throwing daggers. Did I get those guys? Doesn't look like it. Oh wait. Throwing daggers are fun. I'll come back. Let's see. I'm like so nervous to go on invisible. I don't want to start all over. Alright, he didn't drop shiz. Oh wait. Hey, energy. Hey, 300. I don't know how I got that. 250, but I got like 300 now. Come on. Oh, I missed so many times, like right in front of him. Slowness can suck it. Getting close though. Oh dang, energy max now though too. I'm in it. This should be easy now. Only thing that can potentially take it from me is one of those things that turn off your stealth. I ain't even gonna worry about that right now actually. think that's one of them. Might have to be called a Adrena or whatever they're called. Yeah, because that one should have for sure pulled me out of stealth. Still got 500 energy. Got 14 more to go, and then I gotta find the door, I'm pretty sure. 'Cause I've never been inside a riven door, but pretty sure that's how it works. 'Cause I saw a door once. But I don't know if once I get the kills, if it will pop the key or I have to stay stealth and go slow as shit until the door. So we'll see on that one. Come on, baby, we can do this. Boom. I love how it pins him to the wall like that. Take that, robot. Got one more to go. It's you. It's always you. Boom. Might have to look this up while I Oh shit, this is gonna be one of those people. So I'm gonna go over here and then Google it. Single remote is gonna play as completion loop. If the war within can be acquired from tactical alerts. So I don't know if I leave if I finish the quest, if oh, there we go. The glass resonance is what I was looking for. Is it up there? Got 300 energy. I guess I can walk around and try to find it, but I can't run. the name of this place? It will take up mod capacity, will not grant bonuses. In order to be unveiled, it must be equipped in a weapon of the same class that itself must be equipped in the current active loadout. Weapon used to complete a challenge is entirely irrelevant. It is possible to complete the challenge using any equipped weapon or Warframe ability. It does not need to be the weapon in which everyone is currently equipped. The conditions and methods are revealed independently of mission success. Completing the challenge also gives affinity to a certain challenge. So yeah, it looks like complete an exterminate. Yeah, here we go. Modifier this is not take damage being alone. So it says it's supposed to be independent of the quest. So I'm actually gonna let my energy revive here a little bit because I'm gonna need to walk around a little bit. See if I can find a video on exactly where this is.
Hey guys, I just wanted to.
Let's see how they do it. I'm gonna watch somebody. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but it'll work, I guess.
You have broken their ranks. They are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction. Dreamers, dreamers, dreamers. There just is no holding you all back. If you found this video really helpful, make sure to leave a like and subscribe for more Warframe content.
Didn't do shit, man. You didn't show me the end of your thing at all. Let's see if this actually. Let's see if he just runs to finish the mission. Didn't even show it. Let me see if I can ask chat. One second. 1 second. Let's see if anybody responded. Let's see. We're done getting. I'm just like worried if I complete the mission. Complete and exterminate. Okay, I gotta complete. Okay, alright. After reading it, I'm convinced it means to complete the actual mission. Oh, was I stealing stuff from him? Is that what's going on? Yeah. Interesting. I thought you'd have to. There we go. Let's see what we got. Hopefully something good. It's my first one. Oh, snap. I don't know what an MR9 is. It's an MR9. Hmm. This shit's an MR9. Let's find out. Oh. Wait, mastery rank. Okay, so yeah, never mind. So let's see. If we do this, how do we, like I'm on this, why? I'm over MR9. Where the shit did that ribbon mod go? Where did that go? Okay, so how do I look at the ribbon ones? That's funny. You gotta do that while having a hobbled dragon and key. It's Ogress visit and oh, it's a melee mod. That's what I think I just saw. There it is. Oh wait, no. What the shit, man? It's a Grenier rocket launcher. So I don't have it. Let's see if it's on the market. It's a rocket launcher. I don't even know how to build a fucking ogress. I don't understand. Like, I got a ribbon for something that doesn't exist in the game anymore? Like, what the shit? Maybe it's for explosive? Let me try something else. Oh, I have. It's explosive. Let's see. Nope. I don't understand where that mod went, man. Or what it goes on. It's kind of frustrating that I finally got a Riven mod and I don't know how to use it. Right here, what's it called? Ogress visiting. So that means I have to use it for the ogress, but I can't figure out how to get a fucking ogress. Seems like it's, oh, Kuva is it when you get, it's Kuva into the ogress rocket launcher fire around semi-automatic fashion. Attain vanquishing the Kuva Lich, which generated with one equipped. Where do you get a Kuva Lich at? Hmm. Alright, well that's probably gotta be it for me. That was a 6-hour stream. Long time. But, stay safe. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Not sure with what gameplay. This one was really awesome, so